Chapter 354. Below the stage, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Shocking, it was too shocking. Originally, they had expected an intense battle between the two parties, which would bring an exciting scene to the audience. In the end, one party would emerge victorious. However, the reality was the opposite of what they had imagined. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than 20 breaths had passed. Both parties' attacks were simple, and the outcome was clear. He lost so thoroughly. The envoys and guards of the Nine Eagle dynasty were all dumbfounded. They could not accept this fact. One had to know that Xiao Mingjin was the #1 martial artist of the younger generation in the Nine Eagle dynasty. Previously, he had the strength of a late-stage 6-star martial artist. However, it was said that after he was defeated, he became even stronger and reached the peak of 6-star. His combat strength was at the peak of the 6-star level, yet he was defeated so thoroughly. What level was this person's combat strength? Where did this person come from? This was the question on many people's minds. Unlike Qinzong, at least the origin of Qinzong's appearance could be traced. He came from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. However, no one had heard of Qin before. Suddenly, he appeared in the genius competition. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the 3 first-rate forces knew about him. After all, they had discussed and decided on the first 5 seats in the genius competition. However, the truth was that the 3 first-rate forces were not very clear about Qin Chen's background. They only knew that his strength and background were extraordinary. That was all. There were other reasons why Qin Chen was one of the 5 seats and even the first seat. You're so strong. Xiao Mingjin stood up and slowly recovered his strength. He looked at Qin Chen and smiled bitterly. Not bad. Qin Chen smiled. Can you tell me what level your combat strength is at? Xiao Mingjin asked curiously. Everyone's gaze landed on Qin Chen's face, waiting for his answer. What level was his combat strength? This was also what everyone wanted to know. If there is an opponent, you will know. Qin Chen smiled and glanced at Qinzong. First, Hayes lost his challenge. Then, Xiao Mingjin lost his challenge. The 4th and 5th seats were basically confirmed. What was left was the final ranking of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seats. It was Qi Changfeng's turn to issue a challenge. Naturally, Qi Changfeng couldn't challenge Shadaomist because Shadaomist wasn't his opponent at all. He also wouldn't challenge Xiao Mingjin. Defeating Xiao Mingjin was just to keep his seat. If he lost, his seat would be taken by Xiao Mingjin. One had to know that there was only one chance to challenge, and it was very precious. As for challenging Qin Chen, Xiao Mingjin was completely defeated. Although Qi Changfeng was confident, he did not think that he was much stronger than Xiao Mingjin because the two of them had already fought before. Then, the person Qi Changfeng could choose was Qinzong. Speaking of which, when Qi Changfeng found out that Nan Shuntian, who had defeated him, had been defeated by Qinzong of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he had wanted to fight with Qinzong. After training hard and improving his combat strength, he had the idea of defeating Qinzong. Give it your all. Qi Changfeng's silver spear was full of sharpness, as if it could destroy 1,000 soldiers with one spear. His momentum was shocking, and his battle intense soared. He locked onto Qinzong from more than 10 meters away. That will depend on your ability. Qinzong smiled slightly, but he pulled out 2 swords. Qinzong didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating Qi Changfeng. Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin, whether it was combat strength or personal martial arts attainment, had reached a very high level. If they used their full strength, with the combat strength of a late 7-star, they could easily defeat each other. However, Qinzong's purpose was not so. He wanted to find a suitable opponent to train himself and strive to completely master the power of a half-step to the peak of Qi refining realm. He wanted to go up to the sky and down to the abyss and completely master the peak of Qi refining realm. In this case, Qinzong didn't plan to use the Wuzhen ability. Seeing Qinzong pull out 2 swords, the Misty Shadow's expression changed slightly. Because when they fought just now, Qinzong only used 1 sword, which meant that he didn't use his full strength. Is the gap really that big? The Misty Shadow's red lips opened slightly, as if she was asking. Take this spear." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Chongfeng's silver spear turned into a silver meteor and streaked across the sky. It instantly crossed more than 10 meters and pierced towards Chunzong. A cold silver light bloomed in front of Chunzong's eyes. It quickly enlarged, blazing like a meteor breaking the moon. Its sharpness was shocking and unparalleled. In the air, a silver trace remained, which was shocking. Just as the cold silver light pierced through the air and was less than 2 meters away from Chunzong, it suddenly trembled and split into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. 16 silver streamers were like 16 silver meteors, attacking from the front like a small meteor shower. Chunzong could keenly feel that every silver streamer contained amazing power, which could tear the wind and emit bursts of sharp aura, as if it could pierce through everything and nothing could stop it. Break, 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 break. This spear was integrated with Chi Chongfeng's essence, Qi, and spirit. Every 5-star genius had mastered the integration of essence, Qi, and spirit. Integrating, it could often make the power of martial arts more complete. The two swords trembled and slashed out in an instant. In an instant, Chunzong's right hand slashed out 88 times, and his left hand stabbed out 66 times. The 16 silver streamers were shattered in an instant. The sky was filled with sword light like a rainstorm, covering every part of Chi Chongfeng's body. Every ray of light was extremely sharp, tearing the sky apart. Chi Chongfeng's expression suddenly changed. Chunzong's counterattack was somewhat unexpected. Holding the silver spear with both hands, he spun it like a dragon. Chi whistled and overflowed, spreading in all directions. Then, the spear swept away thousands of troops, sweeping the wilderness and flattening the mountains. The terrifying spear wind blew up a layer of the fighting platform and then twisted it into powder. Under the sweep of the spear, the sword light was shattered. The two swords inevitably came into contact with the spear, but there was no sound of metal clashing. Instead, they stuck close to the body of the spear with amazing skill, slashing and stabbing at Chi Chongfeng. The silver spear was nearly 2 meters long, but in Chi Chongfeng's hands, it was extremely flexible. The use of flicking, shaking, collapsing, shaking, and flicking was ingenious. This amazing attainment in spear techniques was surprising, but Chunzong's attainment in sword techniques was even more profound. After a few moves, he suppressed Chi Chongfeng. With a clang, Chi Chongfeng split the spear into 2 parts. One part had a short sword-like tip, and the other part was a short stick. Holding the silver spear, Chi Chongfeng's fighting style was mainly sharp and domineering. Every spear attack was aimed at the target, trying to penetrate it. Like a shooting star breaking the moon, he did not hold back. Every spear attack was the extreme performance of his own combat strength. But when the spear was split into 2 parts, Chi Chongfeng's fighting style immediately changed. Flexible and light, it was as if he was a different person. When using the silver spear, he focused on sharpness. He integrated skills into it and pushed its power to the extreme. But when it was split into 2 parts, he focused on skills. It was very important to focus on the fighting style. It represented a completely different fighting style and also required a different way to deal with it. 2 people with similar combat strength but different fighting styles would often be the key to determining the outcome of a battle. However, it seemed that he had chosen the wrong direction to compete with Chunzong in terms of skills. With high-end skills, the 2 sides fought with speed. They were so fast that the warriors in the training force realm could not see their figures clearly. They could only see a mass of dazzling light and shadow intertwining all around, converging into a huge light ball that wrapped the 2 in it. There is constantly an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, accompanied by splashes of sparks. Only the warriors of the true martial realm, with their powerful eyesight, could see the 2 people wrapped in light and shadow. They were attacking at high speed, displaying exquisite skills, try to break the opponent's defense, and hit the opponent's body. "Is this your strength?" Ching Chun muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. He seemed to be disappointed. Originally, He had hoped to fight with Chunzong because his intuition told him that Chunzong would be a good opponent. But now, it seemed that his intuition was wrong. But it was not the end yet, so he could not make a conclusion. Fight, fight, fight! Light and shadow filled the air, and sparks flowed like streams. Chi Changfeng exerted his skills to the extreme, but found that he could not do anything to Chunzong. Not only could he not break through Chunzong's defense line, but he also felt that he was gradually being suppressed. It was a technical suppression. It must be known that in the entire Silver Light dynasty, among the Qi refining stage martial artists of the same generation, there was no one who could match him in terms of skill. Even Nin Shuntian, who had defeated him before, was inferior to him in terms of skill. But now, he was showing signs of being suppressed. It was unbelievable. Chi Changfeng seemed to realize that he would be truly suppressed if he continued to fight with skills. He decided to change. Silver Light explosion. With a low shout, Chi Changfeng's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver light. The light was like the tip of a spear, releasing an amazing sharpness. It exploded in an instant, as if countless spears were stabbing out of his body. Chunzong, who did not exert any more strength, waved his two swords to shatter the silver spear light. Then he retreated in a crisscross manner, avoiding more silver spears. With a sharp sound, Chi Changfeng combined the two spears into a long spear again. His whole body exuded an amazing sharpness. This was a kind of sharpness that could pierce through heaven and earth. A silver light moved around the long spear, approaching the tip as if it was about to be released and pierce through the void. Most of the warriors in the training force realm felt a stinging pain in their eyes when they saw this and unconsciously shed tears. At this moment, Chi Changfeng seemed to have transformed into a long spear and resonated with the silver spear in his hand. This was an application of the body and spear as one realm. He had also used a secret technique to strengthen this application. Yes, in order to defeat Chunzong, Chi Changfeng not only unleashed his full strength, but also used a secret technique to increase his strength. Even the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon was stimulated. In an instant, Chi Changfeng's combat strength approached the peak of the 6-star level and even reached the peak of the 6-star level. However, there were differences in the peak of the 6-star level. The powerful peak of the 6-star level was the kind that was infinitely close to the 7-star level. Chi Changfeng had not reached that level yet. He had just reached the peak of the 6-star level. Chapter 355. In the battle between Xiao Mingjin and Qing Chun, Xiao Mingjin had only used 100% of his strength. He hadn't used his secret method or the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapon. It would take some time for him to use his secret method or the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapon. In the battle with Qing Chun, Xiao Mingjin couldn't find that time and was defeated immediately. Now, the battle between Chi Changfeng and Chunzong was different. It seemed that the gap between them wasn't that big. He's at his peak. Silver Light Envoy squinted his eyes. He didn't know how powerful a peak 6-star battle strength would be. Silver Light Guide. With a low roar, Chi Changfeng, who had unleashed his full battle strength, thrust out his spear. It turned into a silver ray of light that curved in the void. The arc was violent and beautiful, as if it had divided the 3 fierce battle stages into 2 levels. Its sharpness seemed to be able to penetrate all hard things, and nothing could stop it. This spear attack was a unique skill. It fully utilized the advantage of the long spear, increasing the combat power of the peak 6-star level even further. That silver ray of light was extremely sharp. After drawing a stunning arc, it stabbed towards Chunzong's back. Before it even arrived, Chunzong could already feel an astonishing sharpness piercing through the air, as if his body was about to be pierced through. Good. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp chaotic heaven origin shattering energy was like the water of the Milky Way flowing backwards, instantly erupting violently. The sword was like the thunder of the 9th heaven, ferocious, swift, and violent, and the sword was like the heavy mountains of the 5 great mountains, steady and unparalleled. At the same time, the two swords slashed at the silver light. The power surged, and the two swords were blown away. The remaining one-third of the silver light continued to attack Qinzong and then dissipated. In the sky, a dazzling cross-shaped sword light slashed down, as if it had divided the fighting ring into 4 parts. Break! Qi Changfeng thrust his spear upward and pierced the sky. Under the peak's 6-star battle strength, Qinzong was gradually at a disadvantage. It's the other way around. Qi Changfeng is really powerful. Qinzong is also very powerful. It's just that his opponent is stronger. Silver Light Guide. Silver Light Explosion. 3 folds of silver light. Qi Changfeng displayed one powerful spear technique after another. The whole fighting ring was filled with silver flowing lights, which were either straight or curved. But regardless of whether they were straight or curved, there was only one target, Qinzong. Every spear strike was executed with the goal of piercing and defeating Qinzong. Every spear strike was extremely sharp, containing Qi Changfeng's own strength, the power of the secret technique, and the power of the pseudo-spiritual artifact after being activated. Under Qi Changfeng's control, the 3 forces merged into one, becoming even more tyrannical. His long sword trembled and his arm trembled. Wave after wave of tyrannical and sharp power surged into his body in an attempt to cause damage. However, the power continued to clash with the origin chaotic heaven-breaking force. The two of them fought against each other. It was during this confrontation that Qinzong had further mastered the origin chaotic heaven-breaching energy. Qi Changfeng's battle strength was fully unleashed. His silhouette filled the entire fighting platform. Countless spear shadows surrounded him, and silver light spread everywhere. It was as if the Milky Way was flowing backward and pouring down in torrents. It was exceptionally magnificent, yet extremely dangerous. The silver light spear technique is indeed extraordinary. A silver light guard side. Yes, it's a complete earth-level, peerless spear technique. It's extremely difficult to cultivate, but as long as it's mastered, it can display amazing power, another silver light guard said. Changfeng is going to win. The silver light guard smiled. In the current situation, Qinzong stood in the fighting ring and could only passively resist the attacks of the silver light spear technique. It seemed that he was suppressed and could not move his feet. Again and again, Qinzong's body was like a tsunami. Fortunately, he had reached the completion of the half-step energy training realm and could circulate his internal strength anywhere in his body at will. Otherwise, his body would have been damaged by the confrontation of different internal strengths. Only to this extent, Qing Chun could not help but feel disappointed. This kind of battle strength was actually very good. Even in the place where he came from, he could be ranked at the top. But compared to him, there was still a gap. His intuition was wrong this time. Brother. Xia Taichao was also a little worried. At the same time, the silver light guard glanced at him with a slightly provocative and proud look. He knew that Qinzong's battle strength was at the peak of the 6-star realm. He had no idea that Qinzong's battle strength had reached the 7-star realm and was even at the late stage of the 7-star realm. Except for Qinzong himself, no one knew that Qinzong had not used his full strength yet. He did not even use half of his strength. He was just using Qi Changfeng as a whetstone. Qi Changfeng was surprised that he could only suppress Qinzong and could not defeat him after using the silver light spear technique to the extreme. Qinzong, show me your full strength. Qi Changfeng shouted. He expected Qinzong to be able to defeat Nin Shuntian, so his battle strength should be more than this. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Qinzong was still holding back? The battle had already reached this level, but he was still holding back? Qinzong hasn't used his secret technique yet. Someone suddenly said. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, up until now, Qinzong still hadn't used any secret techniques. It was impossible that Qinzong hadn't grasped any secret techniques. Ignoring Qi Changfeng's words, Qinzong continued to resist his opponent's attacks and train himself. I've reached my limit, Qinzong thought to himself. However, there was still a gap between his strength and 100% control. However, Qi Changfeng could only bring him so much pressure. Perhaps only the mysterious Qing Chun would be able to give him more pressure. Thinking of this, Chunzong began to counterattack. In the royal armory of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Chunzong chose a secret technique called the mixed energy impact. The mixed energy impact was an explosive secret technique. In an instant, one's internal strength was compressed in a strange way and then exploded, forming a stronger impact force. The explosive force of this secret technique was very shocking, but at the same time, it would bring an obvious burden to the user. The internal strength was compressed and expanded 3 times in an instant in another way. When it reached the limit, it would explode instantly and turn into an extremely powerful force that was injected into the 2 swords. There seemed to be thunder roaring in his body like a tide. The extremely powerful force poured down like the Milky Way, making Chunzong's 2 swords faster and more powerful. When the sword and the spear collided, Qi Changfeng's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the change in the power contained in Chunzong's sword. It was not inferior to his at all. The mixed energy impact. Chunzong compressed and exploded his internal strength again and again. Every sword attack was fiercer and faster. It was different from Ding Xian. Ding Xian could not bear using the mixed energy impact continuously. If he used it for the 4th time, the burden would be so heavy that he would suffer a backlash. If he used it for the 5th time, he would definitely suffer internal injuries from the backlash. If he used it for the 6th time, needless to say, he would be seriously injured. Chunzong's qi and blood were pure yang, and he had achieved the perfect realm of qi and blood. This was an advantage that Ding Xian could not match. Just this point alone allowed Chunzong's body to have a greater endurance. Moreover, Chunzong had broken the limits of the human body and cultivated the mixed energy body. His physique was constantly strengthened. His strength alone had reached an astonishing 10,000 jin, which was many times more than Ding Xian's. With the combination of these two, Chunzong did not feel any discomfort after using the mixed energy impact 10 times in a row. After using the mixed energy impact 10 times in a row, the power of Chunzong's 2 swords was amazing. He turned the situation around and repelled Qi Changfeng. The silver flowing light that covered the fighting ring was also shattered. Navagraha, flashing dragon sword. An earth-level peerless rank sword technique was used. 9 illusory figures wielding swords attacked Qi Changfeng from different angles. Each illusory figure had Chunzong's full combat power. Under 9 attacks, Qi Changfeng was immediately in a difficult situation and was exhausted. I knew it. How could my brother lose? Xiao Taichao finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother Chao, that's our dynasty's Navagraha flashing dragon sword, right? A Yunlong guard said with a smile. That's right. It's the Navagraha flashing dragon sword. I heard that it's very difficult to cultivate the 9th glory. My brother is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Taichao smiled proudly. Under the mixed energy impact, the Navagraha flashing dragon sword power was even more shocking. It directly pushed Chunzong's combat power to the peak of the 6-star level. Qi Changfeng waved his long spear and turned it into streaks of silver flowing light. He kept defending against the Navagraha flashing dragon sword's attacks. After 9 consecutive strikes, his long spear shook and his arms went numb. His qi, blood, and inner force were also surging. Shocking dust steps. In an instant, Chunzong crossed 12 meters and appeared in front of Qi Changfeng at an astonishing speed. He crossed his swords and slashed. The shocking dust steps grade was not high, but it was very practical. Especially when Chunzong's physique was stronger, his speed would increase even more when he used the mixed energy impact. It was too fast. Qi Changfeng could not react in time. He could only wave his long spear instinctively and turn it into a silver light shield to defend. The light shield shattered under Chunzong's 2 swords. Qi Changfeng could not withstand the force and retreated. Chunzong followed closely behind. His 2 swords attacked like a storm, continuously slashing at the long spear. It almost flew out of his hands. The spear was still there. Chi Changfeng clenched his teeth and held the long spear with all his might. He felt his arms tremble and his breathing quicken. His strength was constantly being crushed. He was completely resisting with his shocking willpower. Another slash, and Chi Changfeng flew out. He fell off the platform and staggered back. He sat on the ground, and all his strength was gone. He could not get up for a moment. The surroundings were silent. This change was very sudden. First, Chen Zong suppressed Chi Changfeng. Then, Chi Changfeng erupted and suppressed Chen Zong. Finally, Chen Zong erupted and turned the situation around. He suppressed Chi Changfeng and defeated him. He really won. Xiao Taichao laughed. At the same time, he looked at the Silver Light envoy. His expression was not good. This combat strength is indeed not bad. He should be able to fight with me, but Qing Chen thought to himself and shook his head slightly. After a while, Chi Changfeng struggled to get up with his long spear. He looked at Chen Zong with a complicated expression. Chen Zong, is this your full combat strength? Chi Changfeng hesitated and asked. Yes. Chen Zong smiled slightly and gave an answer that made people want to press him to the ground and beat him up. The veins on Chi Changfeng's forehead popped. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Zong, he would definitely rush up and beat him up. Chen Zong's answer gave rise to other thoughts in many people's minds. Chapter 356. Mr. Chen Zong, would you like to rest for a while and recover your strength before challenging again? Looking at Chen Zong, who was still standing in the ring, Hui Ziyu asked. Among the 5 seats, 3 of them had already been defeated, but the order of their seats had not changed. No need, Chen Zong replied as he looked at Qing Chen's face. Only you and I are left. I'm looking forward to it. Qing Chen smiled. He stood up and stepped forward. His body turned into a green shadow and landed on the ring, facing Chen Zong from a distance of more than 10 meters. Although the battle with Chi Changfeng was very fierce and Chen Zong had consumed a lot of his internal strength, he could recover it quickly under the peak of half-step Chi training realm. Therefore, after defeating Chi Changfeng, he had recovered most of his internal strength. Now, he had fully recovered as he spoke. As for his physical strength, he had already recovered completely. As for his mental strength, Chen Zong had just defeated Chi Changfeng and was in the stage of fighting. He was most suitable for battle. Qing Chen put his right hand in front of his chest, facing Chen Zong, and said calmly, Please. Chen Zong immediately felt that he was locked on by a breath. No matter how he moved, he could not avoid that breath. He did not try to avoid it either. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, the red sword light was like lightning. It shot through the sky and instantly crossed more than 10 meters to attack Qing Chen. This sword was very fast. Qing Chen's reaction was also very fast. He raised his palm and slapped forward. There seemed to be a whistling sound. His entire palm emitted a green light that could penetrate everything. Suddenly, the red sword light was like a butterfly flying through flowers. It went around the green palm and stuck to his arm. It zigzagged like lightning and pierced towards Qing Chen's chest. Qing Chen's palm rotated and pushed out from the inside. In the previous battles, Qing Chen had defeated his opponents casually with his palm and did not show any changes. Now people's eyes lit up. This kind of palm technique was indeed extraordinary. The green light covered his palm, making Qing Chen's palm extremely tough. Even the sword could not harm it at all. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong wielded his sword 18 times, while Qing Chen also wielded his palm 18 times. Chen Zong's sword would go around his opponent every time, but Qing Chen's palm blocked Chen Zong's sword time and time again. This was a pure competition of skills. Chi Changfeng was stunned. He realized that not only was Chen Zong better than him in terms of skills, but Qing Chen also seemed to be better than him in terms of skills. However, I will not sink because of this. Chi Changfeng's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Faced with pressure, I'll only strive to catch up and become stronger. Chi Changfeng's body faintly emitted a trace of astonishing sharpness, but it was very subtle. In addition, The battle between Chen Zong and Qing Chun had attracted the attention of others. For a moment, no one noticed the subtle changes in Qi Chongfeng. As if they had a tacit understanding, Chen Zong's other sword pierced through the air, and Qing Chen's other palm struck out at the same time. Two swords against two palms. Whether it was Chen Zong or Qing Chun, they both regarded each other as their true opponents in this year's genius competition, as well as their final opponents. Naturally, they would not end the battle so easily. Martial artists came out in order to gain experience, in order to temper themselves in all kinds of situations. A suitable opponent in itself was a kind of tempering. Chen Zong only used a very ordinary sword technique, a basic sword technique, while Qing Chun also used a basic palm technique. But no matter if it was a basic sword technique or a basic palm technique, when used by both of them, they both possessed terrifying power, tyrannical power, high realms, and superhuman attainments. Although neither side had displayed any tyrannical martial arts, it didn't look that flashy. This kind of close combat was even more soul-stirring, especially for some of the martial artists with higher attainments in martial arts. They could feel the profoundness of this battle, and their eyes shone brightly. Why did so many warriors like to watch other warriors fight? Apart from joining in the fun, they also liked to observe and learn from other people's battles to improve themselves or even break through their own limits. Qing Chen's palm shook and a green light burst out. It was like a green sun that emitted a shocking power. The mighty impact caused Chen Zong's swords to shake, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Your swordsmanship is beyond my expectations. However, if this is your full strength, then the battle between you and me will end here. Qing Chen's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. A wisp of green light deep in his eyes was like a sword, piercing through the void and pressing towards Chen Zong. There was a faint roar in the void, like a thunderclap. Green light burst out from Qing Chen's body, making him look like a green sun, releasing an astonishing aura that was mighty and domineering. This was the first time Qing Chun had used such means and strength since the start of the battle. So powerful! Xiao Mingjin could not help but swallow his saliva. If Qing Chun had used such strength in his previous battle, he would not have been able to withstand even one blow and would have been defeated or even killed. Very powerful indeed. Chen Zong squinted his eyes slightly. The green light on Qing Chen's body was swaying like a green flame. The fluctuation of aura brought a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. Qing Chun was at the limit of the 6-star realm, infinitely close to the 7-star realm. This kind of combat strength should be enough for me to master all of my internal force, Chen Zong thought to himself. His body flashed, and his two swords tore through the void like lightning. Qing Chun did not move. He raised his palms and shook them across the void. Like a mighty wind, two green palm prints broke through the void and blasted out. Each of the palm prints exuded an astonishing aura, as if they could destroy a city wall. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. Normally, he would have dodged. However, Chen Zong did the opposite and slashed out with his two swords. When he broke the first palm print, Chen Zong felt a strong force rush into his arm through the sword and then into his body. Then, Chen Zong broke the second palm print, and another strong force rushed into his body through the sword. When Chen Zong was fighting with Qing Chun, he felt that Qing Chen's force was very strange. It was different from ordinary force. Now that he felt it more clearly, he also understood why those who were hit by Qing Chen's palm had lost their strength. This kind of force was very strange. After it rushed into the body, it would quickly spread out and attack the body continuously. It would disintegrate the body's resistance and make the bones and muscles feel numb. The force contained in the force would be temporarily dispersed, and the body would lose its strength and be at the mercy of the enemy. Fortunately, Chen Zong's force was very strong and pure. It was even more domineering and sharp. It had an amazing resistance. It collided fiercely with Qing Chen's force in his body. Chen Zong had cultivated to the level of half-step to the completion of force training realm. His bones and muscles were full of internal force, so he could better resist Qin Chen's force. Seeing that his palms did not make Chunzong lose his strength, Qin Chen was surprised and happy at the same time. He waved his palms again. 2 more green palm prints blasted out like dragons coming out of the sea. They were fast and fierce. 2 more palm prints, one after another. They would not stop until Chunzong was defeated. Chunzong stayed where he was and waved his sword, shattering 1 green palm print after another. More and more force poured into his body and kept attacking him. The collision of internal strength made Chunzong's body feel like a tsunami, as if there was a thunderous roar. If it were anyone else, their bones, muscles, and even internal organs would have been damaged under this impact. However, Chunzong was safe and sound. Everything was under his control. It was a burden for Qin Chen to continuously unleash 30 palm imprints. He was extremely shocked as he had already unleashed 32 palm imprints. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. This is a bit unexpected, Qin Chen said to himself. Suddenly, he pressed his left palm on the back of his right hand. His arms trembled slightly, and his extremely powerful internal force rushed out. Through his palms, it turned into a green streamer and blasted out like a meteor. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the green meteor destroyed the hard fighting ring once again. A 1 meter wide and half-meter deep trench appeared, and the cracks spread toward Chunzong inch by inch. Chunzong looked serious. This attack had the combat strength of a half 7-star warrior. It was very powerful. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong gathered his internal force, compressed it, and burst it out in an instant. Mixed elements impact. Cut. To be honest, Chunzong could not block this attack with his current combat strength. With a boom, Chunzong's swords were knocked away. The remaining half of the green meteor hit Chunzong's chest. The terrible power seemed to penetrate Chunzong's body and smash it into pieces. Chunzong's robe was torn apart with his chest as the center, revealing his inner armor. The green meteor hit the inner armor and broke it, but part of it went into Chunzong's body through his internal force. The powerful force made Chunzong fly backward and fall off the fighting ring. He lost. The result has been decided. What a pity. Voices rang out one after another. Indeed, there was nothing Qin Chen could do in this situation. After all, he had already flown out of the fighting ring and was falling to the ground. Qin Chen couldn't help but sigh softly as a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. You're right. Even though Chunzong had forced him to bring out his true strength, he was unable to fight to his heart's content. There was something missing. As for winning the first place and having his name engraved in the most prominent position on the 3 ferocious battle tablet, Qin Chen did not care about it all. It was like a rich man in a rich district. Why would he care about the title of the richest man in a poor district? With this attack, an extremely powerful force surged into Chunzong's body, wanting to destroy all of his inner strength and make his body lose all ability to resist. However, Chunzong's inner strength was strong, gathering from all directions to resist and counterattack. Just as Chunzong flew backward a few meters and fell to the ground, there seemed to be a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar in his body. The green light was repelled from Chunzong's body. It was the force that Qin Chen had injected into his body. I finally grasped it, Chunzong muttered under his breath as a smile flashed across his face. It was a wonderful feeling. With his internal force under 100% control, he had finally reached the peak of the half-step to the completion of the Force Training Realm. He was qualified to break through to the completion of the Force Training Realm. Chapter 357. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wind blew, everyone stared at the same spot, dumbfounded. Like a small tornado, it swept out of the Colosseum, making an amazing whistling sound, and quickly swept toward the Colosseum. My brother, Xia Taichao was startled at first, but then he smiled and said, he's really creative. The world of geniuses is always so unpredictable, a Yunlong guard said with a smile. That's right. That small tornado was Chunzong. After being hit by Qing Chen's cyan meteor, his whole body was blown away. He was already a few meters away from the battle stage and was about to fall down. In this situation, there was no way to reverse the situation. Falling down from the battle stage was equivalent to losing the battle. However, Chunzong's entire body suddenly shook. His 4 limbs stretched out, and then he started to spin in the air like a top. It must be known that even if a true martial realm martial artist did not cultivate any special martial arts, it would still be difficult for them to achieve this. After all, he was in the air and was sent flying. He did not prepare in advance and had no place to borrow strength. It was difficult to even move, let alone Chunzong, who turned into a whirlwind. What they did not know was that Chunzong had mastered the power of someone who was half a step away from the completion of the strength training realm. His control of his body was amazing. His internal strength filled every part of his body. When it contracted, it tilted like a flood. One side was light, and the other side was heavy. Naturally, his body started to spin. He spun faster and faster, turning into a whirlwind and floating toward the Colosseum. When he landed, the whistling sound weakened and the spinning speed slowed down. The whirlwind also disappeared. Good. Qing Chun was startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. His body trembled slightly, and the cyan light gushed out again. It was like a burning flame. The strong aura once again filled the Colosseum. Chunzong shook his 2 swords. The sound of the swords was melodious, as if it came from the sky. The sword light swayed and shone in all directions. Around him, there seemed to be invisible sharpness gushing out. At this moment, Chunzong immediately gave people a different feeling. The cyan palm imprints broke through the air and bombarded Chunzong continuously. Chunzong's footsteps were extremely fast on the broken battle platform. His silhouette was erratic. Sometimes he would rush out, sometimes he would suddenly stop. Only after being bombarded by the palm imprints did he realize that he was merely a shadow. Avoiding the dozen cyan palm prints, the red sword light tore through the air like lightning. With a sharp whistling sound, it pierced toward Qing Chun. The mountain beheading sword from bottom to top, aimed at Qing Chen's waist. Qing Chun suddenly felt that Chunzong was different from before. Before, he had been restrained, but now he was free. Once he was free, he could fight. The 2 swords were incomparably sharp. The sword light was like a flood dragon striking the water, overturning rivers and seas. The feeling of attacking without restraint was wonderful, and he had Chunzong. He was like a tiger out of the cage, like a dragon rising from the abyss. Chunzong's 2 swords became incomparably agile. As they moved, their sharpness was threatening. That's the feeling. Qing Chun was secretly happy. Is this his true strength? Chi Chong Feng and the others were shocked, and they all thought to themselves. In the previous battle between Chi Chong Feng and Chunzong, Chunzong was not in this state. Now, he was obviously much stronger. This is the demeanor of a great national scholar, a Yunlong guard said in a low voice. Compared to before, it was like a bright pearl compared to a grain of sand. Chunzong seemed to have broken free. He performed all the earth-level sword techniques he had learned. Under the performance of Chunzong's 2 swords, every sword technique released the strongest power. Countless sword lights filled the surroundings. They were like countless dragons flying through the clouds and rain, drowning Qing Chun. In just an instant, Qing Chun was attacked by countless sword lights from all directions. He could clearly feel that each sword light contained a different force. The sword lights were either sharp, domineering, strong, flexible, cold, fast, or heavy. Qing Chun found it hard to imagine that there was someone who could cultivate so many different sword techniques. Moreover, he could cultivate all of them to the minute subtlety realm and unleash their full power. Different sword techniques contain different forces and attacking methods. Qing Chun used his palm to resist. He could break 1, 2, 3, or even 10 sword lights, but he gradually felt the pressure increase. There were too many sword techniques. The sword moves were different, and the changes of forces were also different. If there was no counter, he would have to use more force to break them. Qing Chen's internal force was very strong. It could deal with many changes of forces, but it was not omnipotent. It was as if he had fallen into a world of sword lights. Even when he breathed, he felt like he was breathing in sword lights. His lungs hurt. Qing Chun ignored that feeling and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the swaying green light around his body shrank and burst out crazily. The extremely strong force broke the limit in an instant. The roar was like a landslide, and the surrounding sword lights were instantly destroyed. Then, Qing Chun put his palms together and faced each other. The green light was like lightning, shining in all directions. Even Qing Chen's eyes seemed to have a trace of green light shining like stars. Cut! It was like a Sanskrit chant. The void shook. Qing Chen's palms suddenly separated. A green light was so strong that no one could look at it directly. It turned into a green blade and slashed through the air. What a strange attack. What kind of martial arts is this? All of them widened their eyes in shock. Shenzong was also very surprised. Saber Chi and Sword Chi were not considered rare among martial artists in the force training realm, but this kind of attack was very strange. He could feel that it was not an attack similar to Saber Chi or Sword Chi, but an attack similar to a real saber or sword. The speed of the cyan blade was astonishing. With a sharp whistle that made one's scalp go numb and their hair stand on end, it brazenly slashed towards him. Shenzong did not dodge. His two swords followed a mysterious trajectory. The green blade seemed to have a mind of its own. It avoided Shenzong's first attack, but it could not avoid the second one. Metal clashed and sparks flew. The strong force went straight through the sword. But the green blade was also cut in half. Holding his sword, he drew two streaks in the air as he swiftly charged towards Qing Chun like a flying swan. Suddenly, Shenzong felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't have time to turn around to look as he hurriedly executed the shocking dust steps, using his fastest speed to dash to the side, keeping his body low. Sharp whistles sounded in the air for both sides. The sharp breath felt like it could cut open one's scalp. Shenzong also saw two green lights flashing through the corner of his eye. Wasn't it the green blade that he had just cut in half? Was it cut in half? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the two green blades turned back in two arcs in the air like swallows. They crossed from the left and the right and attacked Shenzong. He did not move at all. When the two green blades were about to attack him, his sword came out like a dragon. Under the two swords, the two green blades were cut in half again. Shenzong's eyes were fixed on it. He saw that the broken green blades had become 4 smaller blades. Although he did not know the secret, Shenzong was sure that it was a very strange martial art. After being cut in half, the blades would become more numerous and more difficult to deal with. In this case, he would not cut them in half, but cut them into pieces. The sword moved according to his heart. The two swords were like dragons flying in the air. As they wriggled, they hit the 4 green blades almost at the same time. The swords trembled slightly. The domineering, chaotic origin-breaking force was like a flowing sea. The 4 green blades were instantly shattered into countless green light spots. In the green light all over the sky, Shenzong rushed toward Qing Chun like a flash of lightning. He was light but fierce. Countless sword lights swallowed Qing Chun again. He was fighting to his heart's content. This kind of battle made Shenzong let out a long roar. His roar was like the roar of thunder. It contained a sonorous sound, like the sound of divine swords fighting. It made people's blood boil and their hearts surge. Qing Chun broke out again. After destroying the sword lights, he pulled away like a green meteor. Qing Chun, show me your full strength. Shenzong roared. Everyone was shocked. This was not Qing Chun's full strength. Then what level has his combat strength reached? I thought your combat strength was only SOSO. I was a little disappointed. Qing Chun smiled and said unhurriedly. In the fierce battle just now, his breathing was still steady and long. There was no sweat on his forehead. Apparently, the fierce battle just now did not consume much of his energy. But now I know I was wrong. You can make me use my full strength. Come on. Chen Zong smiled. He was in high spirits, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Then, next, I will use the power of the bloodline. My combat strength will surpass the limit. Qing Chen's words suddenly became erratic. The last two words were low and heavy like a drum. It made people's hearts beat uncontrollably. They were inexplicably filled with anticipation. At the same time, Qing Chen's aura changed rapidly. It seemed to have become lighter and more profound. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt that something in Qing Chen's body seemed to be awakening. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to attack. He gave Qing Chen time to use his full strength and break through the limit. Only then could he fight to his heart's content. The power of the bloodline. What kind of power is that? Chen Zong thought to himself as he observed Qing Chen's changes. Demonic beasts had bloodlines. As for human martial artists, they did not, except for the Black Demon sect. Could Qing Chen be similar to the Black Demon sect? The more he explored, the more he found that the world of martial arts was full of mysteries. It attracted people to go deeper and deeper into it. The feeling of uncovering mysteries was wonderful. There was an ordinary-looking old man in the crowd. He glanced at Chen Zong and fixed his eyes on Qing Chen. I thought young Master Chen was just going for a walk. I didn't expect that someone could make young Master Chen use the power of the bloodline. It was worth the trip. The old man muttered to himself. No one could hear his voice except for himself. However, with the power of the bloodline, young Master Chen's combat strength will surpass the limit and reach the 7-star level. I wonder how many moves his opponent can take. Chapter 358. The wind whistled. White clouds drifted over from the blue sky like an army of thousands of men and horses. A strong gust of wind blew, causing Chen Zong's tattered robe to flutter like a flag. Qing Chen's green robe also fluttered as if he was about to fly with the wind. The strange light and profound aura became more and more obvious, and also seemed to become more majestic. Qing Chen's robe fluttered from the inside, as if it was filled with an invisible power. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Brother Chow, what is that? The smiling Yunlong guard was also surprised. Is it some kind of secret technique? Idiot, didn't Qing Chen say it was the power of the bloodline? Another Yunlong guard frowned. The power of the bloodline? I vaguely heard of the power of the bloodline. Xiao Taichao frowned and fell into deep thought. He murmured, it is said that some people are very special. They are born extraordinary and have very strange bloodlines. If they can awaken the power of the bloodline, they will be able to control extraordinary power and become even stronger. And if those people with special bloodlines cultivate, it will be easier for them than ordinary people. There will be fewer obstacles. So magical. The Yunlong guards were all in a daze. They couldn't believe it. There were already so many geniuses. If one could control the power of the bloodline, they would be able to surpass ordinary people. It was another kind of genius. It was really a hopeless world. It was better not to know some things. The more they knew, the more unbelievable and hopeless they would feel. The aura became stronger and stronger, but also lighter and deeper. It was like a giant beast had awakened, bringing a horrifying feeling. The stronger the person, the more obvious the feeling. Where did this Qing Chen come from? Many real martial realm warriors were guessing. They had never heard of such a miraculous thing, let alone seen it with their own eyes. Qing Chen's eyes were tightly shut. However, Chen Zong noticed that as the strange aura spread out, traces of green lines were rapidly spreading on Qing Chen's skin outside of his green robe. It was as if an invisible brush was drawing on his skin. The green vein pattern was like a mysterious pattern, but also like some kind of ancient and profound rune. It spread all the way to his neck and behind his ears before stopping. His fluttering robe fell, and the wind seemed to have stopped. The clouds in the sky seemed to have slowed down, as if all of this had something to do with Qing Chen. When Qing Chen opened his eyes, a misty green light shot out. Chen Zong was sharp enough to notice that Qing Chen's pupils had turned green. He couldn't tell what Qing Chen was thinking, but when he was being stared at, Qing Chen's body tensed up involuntarily, as if it was a natural reaction of his body. Those eyes didn't seem to belong to a human. They were like the eyes of a high and mighty emperor, looking down on all living things and ignoring life and death. The feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. However, Chunzong secretly memorized the characteristics of Qing Chen's bloodline power. "Brother Chun, be careful." Qing Chen's voice sounded different from before, as if there was an accent. When he spoke, Chunzong saw a flash of green light appear in front of him. It was too fast. It seemed to be faster than sound. Chunzong's battle instinct made him step back in time. He brandished his sword, and the sword light was like a thunderbolt. The sword light was shattered, and the green light was like a shooting star. Chunzong only had time to cross his two swords to defend himself. The extremely powerful force bombarded him like a tsunami, and also like mountains crashing into each other. It was invincible. Chunzong was sent flying again. The force was so strong that his two swords almost flew out of his hands. His palms were numb, and his arms were trembling from the impact. He felt stiff. The powerful force kept rushing into Chunzong's body, trying to crush his strength. Compared to before, this force was more than 50% stronger. The fighting strength of an early 7-star level. So fast. Am I seeing things? So powerful. Others might not know, but Chunzong knew very well that this kind of attack was at the early 7-star level. It could be said that Qing Chun was the first genius Chunzong had ever met who had reached the 7-star level. However, the early 7-star level was not enough. While thinking, Qing Chun attacked again. He grabbed the air with both hands, as if he was holding a ball of green light. He threw it casually, and it turned into 2 green shooting stars that flew across the sky and hit Chunzong. In the air, Chunzong, who should not have been able to dodge, suddenly moved sideways. The 2 shooting stars flew past him. Again, what kind of body movement is this? What they didn't know was that it was not a special body movement. It was a special ability that Chunzong had gained after he reached the peak of the half-step Qi training realm and mastered the internal force. He could activate the internal force in his body and move sideways in the air. Qing Chun grabbed the air with both hands. After Chunzong dodged the 2 shooting stars, they suddenly turned around and hit Chunzong again. Chunzong turned his body and struck down with both swords. The shooting stars nimbly went around the swords and continued to hit Chunzong. After dodging the shooting stars, Chunzong swooped down with his swords like an eagle and attacked Qing Chun. Qing Chun was the leader of the shooting stars. Attacking him was the only way to stop the shooting stars. Qing Chun waved his hands, and the shooting stars followed closely behind Chunzong. They were extremely fast. Chunzong's 2 swords slashed towards Qing Chun as well. Around Qing Chun's body, a blue light flashed, blocking the attacks of the 2 swords. But at the same time, Qing Chun also sent out a powerful force, forcing Chunzong to retreat. His body spun, avoiding the blue shooting star. "Chunzong, take my green beast attack." As the voice sounded, the shooting stars flew back to Qing Chun's hands and rolled into a ball. Then, a large amount of green light gathered from all directions. Roar. The roar was earth-shattering. The green light condensed into a ferocious beast that looked like a deer and horse. It emitted a shocking aura. He charged madly, crossing the horizon. It was as if he could topple mountains and overturn seas as he charged towards Chunzong. It was very strange, and everyone felt like their horizons had been broadened. Battles between warriors of the Qi refining realm were usually close combat. Sword Qi and Blade Qi were also involved, but they were not as powerful as close combat. However, Qing Chun was very special. His moves were similar to the moves of warriors of the true martial realm. No, it was even more magical than most of the warriors of the true martial realm. Chunzong vaguely knew that this might be due to the mysterious bloodline in Qing Chun's body. It could not be imitated. Not only was the azure deer horse shockingly powerful, but it was also extremely agile. It fought with Chunzong as if it was a living creature, firmly entangling Chunzong, preventing him from escaping and attacking Qing Chun. The green deer horse combat strength had reached the early stage of the 7-star realm. It brought great pressure to Chunzong. Chunzong's combat strength was only at the peak of the 6-star realm when he used the mixed element strike. Even if he used the Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword to the extreme, he could only barely reach the early stage of the 7-star realm. Therefore, he could only barely resist the attack of the deer horse. Even so, that ordinary-looking old man was extremely surprised. Originally, he had guessed that Chunzong would be defeated after a few moves. He did not expect that he would be able to hold on until now, without any signs of defeat. Amazing tenacity. The old man was amazed. He is a rare genius. If tenacity was something that everyone had, it was just that some people were stronger than others. The stronger the tenacity could hold on for longer. The strength of one's tenacity was directly related to many aspects, including one's will. Qing Chun was even more surprised to see that Chunzong could hold on for so long under his green beast attack. He grabbed at the air with his right hand. A large amount of green light gathered again and condensed into a green python that was a few meters long. The hissing sound made people's scalp numb. It wriggled in the air and swung its tail hard. The whistling sound was like a hurricane or a tsunami. The green python's combat strength had also reached the early stage of the 7-star realm. Terrifying. Chunzong was shocked. After activating his bloodline power, Qingqin's battle power had reached the early stage of the 7-star level, which was nothing special. What really shocked Chunzong was Qingqin's power. He had condensed 2 green beasts out of thin air, and both of them were at the early stage of the 7-star level. It was as if he had turned from 1 7-star to 2. The pressure on Chunzong doubled as the green python approached him. He was forced to retreat. His arms were numb. His chi and blood were shaken. He was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. Looks like I have to show more of my strength. Chunzong thought. He was no match for Qing Chun with his current combat strength, let alone defeat him. The enlightening realm. Heaven and earth are my body. The old man was stunned. A light flashed in his eyes. Enlightening realm. He mumbled to himself. This guy has reached the enlightening realm. Even Qing Chun was only 1 step away from the enlightening realm. Qing Chun was much better than Chunzong in terms of cultivation environment, resources, and inheritance. What a terrifying talent. The more the old man thought about it, the more shocked he was. If Chunzong had been born in a place like theirs, he would have received better education, resources, and inheritance. What level could he have reached by now? It was unimaginable. In the enlightening realm, the force of heaven and earth was mobilized. The force of heaven and earth gathered on the 2 swords. The sword radiance was peerless. Combat strength, early stage of the 7-star realm. It was not that Chunzong could not exert more combat strength. He just did not want to defeat Qing Chun with the same combat strength. Or, he wanted to force Qing Chun to show more of his skills. Chunzong was very curious about the so-called bloodline power. He knew that as long as he continued on the path of cultivation, he would encounter more bloodline powers and mysterious forces in the future. The future was for those who were prepared. The 2 swords with the force of heaven and earth were more powerful. They split the deer horse into 2 and turned into a sharp cross-shaped sword radiance, slashing toward the green python. The exquisite sword art collided with the cyan python continuously. More than a dozen different sword skills were used, and the cyan python was knocked away. The cyan python became one with the sword and turned into a dragon. With a roar, it rushed towards Qing Chun as if it was controlling the sky. This was the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique, but it was beyond the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique. The old man was shocked again. The 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique was undoubtedly a peerless Earth-class martial technique. He was very confident in his eyesight. He could see that the sword technique Chunzong was using was derived from the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique. To cultivate a peerless Earth-class sword technique to the extreme and then transcend it to comprehend his own sword technique. What kind of comprehension was that? Chapter 359. In the blink of an eye, the sword was like a white dragon flying out of the abyss, crossing the sky with unstoppable momentum. Cyan light surged around Qing Chun and spread out like ripples. It swept past Qinzong and tried to stop his attack, but it was shattered by the dragon-like sword. The blue deer horse and the blue boa attacked from the left and right sides at the same time, like falling meteorites. The atmosphere roared, and many more cracks appeared on the already broken fighting ring. Qing Chen's left palm condensed a cyan light, and then he pointed his finger forward, stirring up the air. Ripples spread out, and a beam of cyan light shot towards Qinzong like an aurora, unstoppable. Pincer attacked from 3 sides. In a flash, Qinzong was facing the joint attack of 3 early-stage 7-star warriors. Ignoring the green deer horse and the green python behind him, Qinzong's sword speed increased by a bit. The white dragon roared, dominating the world. The moment it collided with the green finger light, the mysterious vibrating power shattered the green finger light. It was like a hot knife through butter. This sword was too fast and too fierce. Qing Chun could only raise his hands. The cyan light condensed into a huge millstone. This was a defensive move. Under the white dragon sword light, the spinning millstone paused. Then, the millstone was shattered from middle. The white dragon, which had shrunk to half its original size, rushed in and slashed Qing Chun away. Qinzong's body flashed. The blue deer horse and the blue boa shattered his shadow. The sword light rushed toward Qing Chun again like a waterfall. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cyan light rippled on the fighting ring like blue waves on a lake. Qinzong's 2 swords contained amazing power. Each of his attacks was at the peak of the early-stage 7-star level. He was as one with the swords. His speed was amazing. The blue deer horse and the blue boa were exhausted, and Qing Chun had a hard time dealing with them. Qing Chun had never imagined that he would be forced to use his bloodline power. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Qinzong after using his full strength, but it was still not enough. Qinzong had actually brought out an even stronger battle prowess. Qing Chun could tell that it wasn't the power of a secret technique, nor was it the power of a bloodline. It was Qinzong's original combat strength. In other words, Qinzong had been hiding most of his combat strength from the very beginning. While smiling bitterly, Qing Chun also mustered all his strength to counterattack. Once the power of his bloodline was activated, it had a special characteristic, and that was an inexhaustible force that was vigorous and majestic like the sea. However, Qinzong's dual swords were still terrifying, even though most of them were still preserved in the state of Wuxin. With a loud boom, half of the ferocious 3-battle platform collapsed under the intense battle between the two. The remaining half was barely intact. However, with half of the battle steel destroyed, the area where the 2 of them could fight was greatly reduced. As the 2 continued to fight and collided again and again, the cyan light sputtered everywhere. The fighting stage continued to collapse until only a small area of a few meters was left. In close combat, every move was aimed at the opponent's weakness. It was extremely dangerous. Qing Chun, the cyan deer horse, and the cyan python surrounded Qinzong, while Qinzong defended himself with his dual swords. The onlookers were fascinated by the battle. The cyan light was shattered, and Qing Chun flew backward. As soon as he landed, the battle platform under his feet seemed to break apart. He didn't have time to react and could only fall down. How can this be? The onlookers who were enjoying the battle were all stunned and confused. Brother Chun, this battle is over. I lost, Qing Chun said. The cyan light in his eyes dissipated, and so did the mysterious cyan patterns on his body. The mysterious aura also disappeared without a trace. He had stopped the power of his bloodline. With Qing Chen's current cultivation and state, he couldn't sustain the activation of his bloodline for too long. If he exceeded the time limit, it would put a burden on his body and cause some negative effects. Nodding, Qinzong's dual swords turned into flowing light and returned to their sheaths like swallows. He had gained a lot from this battle. Young Master Chen lost. The old man was surprised, but soon after, he shook his head. Body and sword as one, spiritual martial realm. half a step into the chi refining realm, enlightenment realm, exquisite and peerless swordsmanship. Any one of these, if placed on any warrior, would make that warrior a genius that surpasses ordinary people. However, all of these are concentrated on one person, so winning is within reason. It's a pity that I swore not to take any disciples in my early years. Otherwise, the old man shook his head again and looked very regretful. It would be great if he could take such a genius as his disciple. What a pity. For a moment, the old man felt bitter and resentful. He was very angry that he swore not to take any disciples. He had missed a genius for nothing. Congratulations to Chun Zong for winning the challenge and becoming the champion of this year's genius competition, Huiziu said with a smile as he touched his goatee. The people from the 3 first-rate forces looked strange and had mixed feelings. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang looked gloomy. The stronger Chun Zong was, the worse it would be for them. 5 seats. The champion will get a pseudo-spiritual weapon as a reward. There are a total of 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons to choose from. Huiziu smiled and said, "Please carve your name on the battle preparation." Okay. Chun Zong nodded. His body lightly floated toward the 3 ferocious battle tablet. Then, he leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword. The red sword light swept through the air like lightning. The sharp tip of the sword was like the tip of a brush stained with thick ink. It fell on the hard back of the battle tablet. With a flick of his wrist, it was as if he was holding a brush and writing paper. The rustling sound was uniform and rhythmic. Everyone's attention was drawn to the battle steel and the sword tip. The brush was like a sword. Chun Zong's body seemed to stop a few meters in the air. Under the sword, the 2 words Chun Zong were carved. Dust rustled. Chun Zong also landed and sheathed his sword. Good words. Words like a sword, showing its sharpness. Indeed, good words. The 2 words Chun Zong were carved into the top of the left side of the battle tablet. Each word was as big as a fist and emitted a sharp light. It was very eye-catching. In the blink of an eye, under the sunlight, it seemed to reflect a golden light. Everyone stared at the 2 words. That name was like a brand, engraved on the battle tablet, and also engraved in everyone's hearts. Qing Chun was ranked second. He didn't fly up, but waved his palm in the air. Within the green palm light, there was a force that outlined the 2 words Qing Chun. It was 3 inches into the battle tablet, below Chun Zong's name. It was smaller than Chun Zong's name and emitted a faint green light. Then, it was Qi Chongfeng's turn. Qi Chongfeng flew up, and his long spear pierced through the air. After the spear light, Qi Chongfeng's name was engraved on the battle tablet. Then, it was Xiao Mingjin's turn. His 2 palms continuously struck out, and Xiao Mingjin's name was engraved. Finally, it was Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist sect. She also left her name, but she was ranked 5th, and her name was the smallest. In any case, the first genius competition, led by the 3 first-rate factions, had come to an end. The Giant Axe sect and the Black Light sect hadn't gained anything. Instead, they had lost quite a bit. On the other hand, the Shadow Mist sect had at least placed 5th. It couldn't be helped. Everything was completely unexpected. The contestants were too strong, such as Xiao Mingjin, Qi Chongfeng, Qing Chun, and Chun Zong. The prize for the first of the 5 was the best. It was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. The Giant Axe sect, the Black Light sect, and the Shadow Mist sect each took out a pseudo-spiritual weapon for Chun Zong to choose from. The first pseudo-spiritual weapon was a pair of silver-gray gloves covered with barbs. It looked ferocious and had a strong visual impact. Unfortunately, Chun Zong practiced swordsmanship, so such gloves were useless to him. When choosing a pseudo-spiritual weapon, one must first choose one that was useful to oneself. If it didn't work, one could consider other values. The second pseudo-spiritual weapon was a long sword. It was simple in style and dark in color. It was engraved with mountain patterns and had an extraordinary aura. The third pseudo-spiritual artifact was a folding fan, a very gorgeous folding fan. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong chose the second pseudo-spiritual weapon, the long sword. As soon as the long sword entered his hand, it felt heavy. When he waved it, Sword light overflowed, and sword flowers bloomed in the air. Good sword. Chunzong was quite satisfied. The long sword came from the Black Light sect. Since Chunzong chose it, the Giant Axe sect and the Shadow Mist sect had to compensate the Black Light sect. As for the prizes for the 2nd to 5th place, although they were also good, they couldn't be compared with the pseudo-spiritual weapons. For Qing Chun, even a pseudo-spiritual weapon was nothing. After all, it was only a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. The first genius competition came to an end, but there were still many idle topics. People in the 3 ferocious city wouldn't get tired of talking about it for 10 days or even half a month. Of course, as time went by, people would gradually fade out of sight. However, the 3 ferocious battle steel was still there. Anyone who came here would see it and also see the 5 names engraved on it. With the pseudo-spiritual weapon in hand, Chunzong returned to the Cloud Dragon Mansion and carefully studied it. Mountain-splitting sword. Chunzong's eyes fell on the sword body connected to the sword guard. There were 2 words engraved on it. Mountain-splitting sword. Mountain-beheading sword. Mountain-splitting sword. Mountain-beheading sword. What a coincidence. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Immediately, he pulled out the mountain-beheading sword. With a flash of sword light and a melodious sword sound, Chunzong was surprised to find that the mountain-splitting sword and mountain-beheading sword in his hands seemed to be exuding a strange aura. Chunzong suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if the mountain-splitting sword and mountain-beheading sword were 2 friends who had been separated for many years. Chunzong carefully thought about this situation and remembered that he had once read about pseudo-spiritual weapons in ancient books. Generally speaking, the mountain-splitting sword and mountain-beheading sword were forged in the same furnace by the same person. Because of the unique forging skills and so on, the 2 swords were like brothers and sisters. They were related to each other. This kind of pseudo-spiritual weapon was called a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. It was relatively rare among pseudo-spiritual weapons. A set of pseudo-spiritual weapons could combine to unleash a greater power. If the mountain-splitting sword and mountain-beheading sword are really a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons, the combination of the 2 swords should be able to unleash an even greater power. Chunzong thought to himself, whether or not the mountain-splitting sword and mountain-beheading sword were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons only needed to be personally tested. The method of testing was very simple and direct, and that was to directly stimulate the power contained in the 2 swords. Chapter 360. New Volume. Little Dumpling will break through to the true martial realm and roam the world. The sun hung high in the sky, shining its light on the surface of the river. The waves sparkled, as if there were thousands of glowing seaweed rippling in the water. The river was vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even with Chunzong's outstanding eyesight, he could only see a vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. In the sky, a bird flew past, and a feather fell from its wings. It circled in the wind and landed in a beautiful trajectory. The moment it came into contact with the water, it slowly sank into the water, as if there was an invisible hand in the water that pulled the feather into the river. As expected of the sinking feather river, seeing it with his own eyes and hearing it from others was different. Chunzong was shocked. Everyone knew that feathers were very, very light. They would be lifted up by the wind and float on the surface of the water. However, the sinking feather river was different. Once a feather fell, it would sink to the bottom of the river as if the feather weighed millions of pounds. If a feather was like this, then a heavier person would sink to the bottom of the river and drown. Because of this, the sinking feather river was once a forbidden area. After all, unless one could really fly, no one could cross the sinking feather river. The sinking feather river separated the 2 sides, completely separating the 3 dynasties from the Longtu Empire. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. In the martial way, if one didn't experience any great calamity, they would only continue to develop. After many years, someone finally found a way to cross the sinking feather river, and that was the black sinking wood. The black sinking wood was completely black, and its texture was as fine as steel. It was very heavy, and if it was placed in ordinary water, it would sink immediately. However, what was interesting was that when the black sinking wood was placed in the sinking Feather River, not only would it not sink, it could even float well on the river surface. This discovery made people excited, and they searched for and cut down the black sinking wood in large amounts to forge black sinking wood boats to cross the sinking Feather River. However, black sunken wood was rare, and there were many forces that needed it. After dividing it up, each force would not be able to obtain much. Within the Longtu dynasty, there was a trading company called the Great Feather Trading Company. It was very powerful and had a very high status within the Longtu dynasty. It had been collecting black sunken wood for many years and used it to build the bottom of a huge ship, allowing it to float on the sunken Feather River. It was specially used across the sunken Feather River and connect the Longtu dynasty and the other 3 dynasties. The rest of the black sunken wood was used as the bottom of other ships. The Dayu trading firm's initial goal in forging the sunken wooden ships was to develop trade, transporting goods from the Longtu dynasty to the 3 dynasties to sell at a high price. They would then purchase goods at a low price and transport them back to the Longtu dynasty to sell at a high price, earning the difference in price. The secondary purpose was to carry passengers. If someone wanted to travel from the Longtu dynasty to the 3 dynasties, or from the 3 dynasties to the Longtu dynasty, they only needed to pay the corresponding spiritual shell. In the past, Chenzong did not know about the Longtu dynasty. Firstly, the Dayu Trading Company had already established a foundation in the 3 dynasties, and they had a fixed trading partner. Secondly, different professions were like different mountains. Chenzong did not purposely inquire about it, and focused on cultivation. Naturally, he did not know about the existence of the Longtu dynasty. There was an ancient saying, "The higher one climbs, the further one can see." The martial Tao was like that. The higher one's attainment in the martial Tao, the more secrets one would know. The Dayu Trading Company's sunken wooden ships would make a round trip every 3 months. If one wanted to travel from the 3 dynasties to the Longtu dynasty, they would only have 4 chances in a year. In the first genius competition of the 3 ferocious city, Chenzong defeated all his opponents and became a champion. He personally engraved his name at the top of the 3 ferocious battle steel. For Chenzong, the experience in the 3 ferocious city was already over. After all, the difference between the true martial realm and the energy training realm was huge, even if it was the pseudo-true martial realm. Chenzong's initial goal was to find an opportunity to break through to the great perfection of the energy training realm. Now that he had found it, and he even had 1 foot in the great perfection of the energy training realm, it was only a matter of time before he reached the great perfection of the energy training realm. Since that was the case, Chenzong was going to cross the sinking Feather River and head to the Longtu dynasty. Compared to the Cloud Dragon dynasty, the martial Tao, there was more prosperous, and there were more geniuses, experts, and legacies there. Perhaps the owner of the Chaotic Heaven energy breaking force, Martial King Chaotic Heaven, came from the Longtu dynasty. The sunken wooden ship was completely black. It was 13 meters long, 6 meters wide, 7 meters tall, and 3 meters deep. It sailed steadily on the sinking Feather River at a rapid speed. The uniqueness of the sinking Feather River meant that there wouldn't be any huge waves. At most, there would be some small waves, which wouldn't bring any danger to the ship. The sunken wooden ship was heavy, and it would sink if placed in other water. Only in a special place like the sinking Feather River could it float. However, its weight didn't decrease at all. The shocking weight also made the sunken wooden ship unusually stable. It sailed quickly on the river, braving the wind and waves without any bumps. On the side of the sunken wooden ship, there was a silver feather, which was the symbol of the Dayu Trading Company. The sunken wooden ship mainly carried goods bought from the 3 dynasties at a low price. There weren't many passengers, only a dozen or so. It wasn't cheap to take such a trip. Every passenger had to pay 200 spirit shells, and only the accommodation was included. If they wanted to eat, they had to pay another spirit shell. Luckily, Chunzong had brought along a lot of spirit shells, or else it would be troublesome. His long black hair was tied up with a gold and silver thread, and it fell behind his head. It looked natural and casual, and it fluttered in the wind. His clear and deep eyes reflected the endless blue river water, which was like a deep pool that contained heaven and earth. His breath was steady and long, and there was a peaceful aura between his breaths. He was wearing a very tight silver sword robe with a light green tinge, which made his body look even more slender and strong and extraordinary. Although this robe wasn't a pseudo-spiritual artifact, it couldn't be compared to a normal robe. This was because this robe was made from the snake skin of the 7-star early-stage venomous python that was killed in the poisonous Fog Valley. It was woven with precious materials such as sky silver thread. It was called the Silver Python Robe. Xiao Tai Chao asked a master tailor to make the skin of the venomous python that Chunzong brought back. There were 2 sets in total. One was for Chunzong to wear, and the other was folded and put in a bag, which could be changed. In addition to the robe, the Silver Python robe also had a set of underwear and so on. It was very comfortable to wear, and it felt warm in winter and cool in summer. Not only that, but the Silver Python robe also had amazing defensive power. It could resist the sharpness of godly iron-level swords and sabers, and also resist the attack of godly iron-level blunt weapons. It could reduce part of the force and better protect the wearer. Although it couldn't be compared with a pseudo-spiritual artifact inner armor, it could improve Chunzong's life-saving ability. Moreover, in some bad environments, the Silver Python robe could also play a good role in protecting the wearer. It wouldn't be so easily damaged. Chunzong liked it very much. As for the 8 claws of the giant spider, they were suitable to be made into weapons. Chunzong already had weapons, so he didn't need them. He gave them to Xiao Tai Chao. Under the Silver Python robe, there was a long sword on each side of his waist, a 3rd long sword, a long bow, and a quiver of arrows on his back, and a bag on his shoulder. This attire was very strange and very eye-catching. Setting off from the sinking Feather River outside Ferocious City and crossing the sinking Feather River to arrive at a pier in the Longtu Empire would take a total of more than a month. During this period of more than a month, Chunzong had to stay on this black wooden ship. The black wooden ship wasn't big. After all, blackwood was rare and precious. It was already very good that the DU Trading Company could obtain it. It was unknown how much effort they had put in. Chunzong's room was also not big. Other than a single wooden bed, there was very little space left. It wasn't enough for him to practice swordsmanship. On the deck, it wasn't suitable for him to practice swordsmanship either. Fortunately, Chunzong's realm had reached a certain level. Even if he didn't directly use his sword to practice, he could still observe and comprehend. Previously, Chunzong had comprehended the flowing water sword on the ship in the Heavenly River State. Now that he was using it to observe the sinking Feather River, it was a new experience. As he looked, Chunzong was slightly startled. A few thousand meters away, a jet-black wooden ship that was only a few meters long was passing by the DU Trading Company's black wooden ship at an astonishing speed, moving forward as fast as lightning. The reason why Chunzong paid attention to that small ship, other than out of curiosity, was because he saw a familiar figure. Ching Chun. Besides Ching Chun, there was another old man on the wooden boat. Ching Chun was standing at the front of the boat, while the old man was standing at the back of the boat. As if he had noticed Chunzong's gaze, the old man turned around and looked at Chunzong. Even though they were a few thousand meters apart, Chunzong felt as if he was being illuminated by sunlight. His heart trembled, as if he had been seen through. Soon, the wooden ship turned into a small black dot in Chunzong's eyes. That speed was at least a few times faster than the DU Trading Company's wooden ship. This meant that Ching Chun and the old man would be able to cross the sinking Feather River and reach the Longtu dynasty in an even shorter time. Ching Chun is indeed from the Longtu dynasty. Chunzong thought to himself, powerful strength and mysterious bloodline power. These were not things that the 3 great dynasties could possess. But who was that old man? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, his goal was not to find out Ching Chen's identity, nor the old man's identity. His goal was to go to the Longtu dynasty and find a better opportunity. However, the old man's gaze left a deep impression on Shenzong. Master, perhaps a transcendent realm master. Shenzong thought to himself. This was a kind of intuition, and it was very likely to be true. It seemed that the old man might be here to protect Qing Chun. After all, when a genius came out to train, he would encounter all kinds of challenges and even dangers. If he encountered a danger that he couldn't resist, or if someone wanted to murder him, he might be killed. This was why he needed some protection. Otherwise, for any force, it wasn't easy to nurture a top genius. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Shaking his head, Chunzong removed all distracting thoughts and continued to stare at the flowing water of the sinking Feather River. The sparkling waves seemed to contain a unique rhythm and beauty, causing one to be unable to help but sink into it and carefully observe and savor it. Night fell, and the bright moon hung in the sky, shining its light on the river. The scenery was different from the day. After observing for a while, Chunzong returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the small single bed, closing his eyes. The powerful, chaotic heaven yuan, shattering force, filled every part of his body like a mighty river. Chunzong didn't need to do it deliberately, as he was doing it himself. Chapter 361. The completion of the qi refining realm meant that the qi flowed through the whole body, reached the tip of the sky, and reached the abyss. Chunzong had already achieved the qi flowing through the whole body and reaching the tip of the body. He had perfect control of the qi. When he was in the Three Ferocious City, he began the next step of cultivation. The sky was the center of the head, and the abyss was the center of the feet. Whether it was the sky peak or the earth abyss, both were relatively fragile parts of the body. Even though Chunzong had cultivated the immemorial body and his physique far surpassed that of other martial artists, he still couldn't avoid this. It could only be said that he was tougher than other martial artists. Connecting the sky and the abyss was not a safe thing in itself. A little carelessness could bring serious harm to oneself. Chunzong was not in a hurry to connect them. Instead, he tried slowly. He started with the less dangerous abyss. He controlled the powerful chaotic energy and divided a trace of it. He compressed it into the shape of a needle and quickly spread it to the center of his right foot. In his consciousness, Chunzong saw a black dot. The black dot was round and seemed to be able to absorb all light. It was the center of his right foot, one of the abyss. He controlled the needle like qi and slowly approached the abyss of his right foot. As soon as he touched it, Chunzong felt a suction force that directly absorbed the trace of qi and swallowed it. Chunzong did not panic. When he encountered this situation for the first time, he was very surprised. But now, he had completely accepted it. He condensed a second trace of qi and approached it again. Once again, it was swallowed. Chunzong tried again and again. Without the guidance and experience of predecessors, Chunzong was not very clear about how to connect the sky and the abyss. He could only explore slowly and try again. In the end, Chunzong came to two conclusions. The first was to let the abyss continue to absorb qi until it was saturated, and then it would open automatically. The second was to force it open with violence. The first method was safer, but it took time. The second method was faster, but it was more dangerous. Chunzong was now trying the first method. Each time, he would only condense a trace of his inner strength and let it be absorbed. He was worried that too much inner strength would destroy the earth abyss, because he felt that the earth abyss was relatively weak. In the middle of the night, Chunzong had consumed most of his internal force, but the earth abyss still showed no signs of being saturated. He stopped transferring his internal force into the earth abyss. After recovering his internal force, he rested until dawn. Chunzong was already on the deck when the sky began to brighten. He looked into the distance. It was still a vast expanse of whiteness, with no end in sight. The morning river trickled, reflecting a layer of red light from the rising sun, flourishing and glowing, full of life. Taking a deep breath, Zong felt his body becoming lighter and lighter as he circulated his force. It was as if he could fly with a gust of wind. He stretched his muscles and bones, producing a sound that sounded like frying beans. It had a different rhythm under the morning light. The deck was not large, but Zong still drew his sword and practiced a round of basic swordsmanship. Reflecting the morning light, it flowed endlessly like a stream. Under the guidance of the sword, the vigorous, domineering, and sharp force spread to every part of Zong's body like flowing water. This kind of softness surprised Zong. The power that came from any cultivation method had its own distinct characteristics. For example, some fire force would be as hot as fire, while the force cultivated by ice force would be as cold as ice. These were all fixed. For example, the origin shattering force was characterized by its vigorous, domineering, and sharpness. It was a kind of destructive force. This kind of internal force could not be as gentle as flowing water. It felt like a giant born with great strength. Not only could he wield a giant hammer, but he could also use an embroidery needle to make delicate embroidery drawings. The force that flowed like flowing water naturally spread to the earth abyss. This kind of gentle force directly poured into the earth abyss, causing no damage to the earth abyss. Zong was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Previously, he condensed the force like a needle because he was worried that it would cause damage to the fragile earth abyss. But now, the force had become as gentle as flowing water, as if it did not have the slightest destructive force. Thus, it would not cause any damage to the earth abyss. Of course, Zong could feel that it was not that the origin-shattering force had lost its destructive force, but that it had become restrained. The people on this black wooden ship were mainly from the Dayu trading firm. A small number of them were martial artists who were returning or heading to the Longta dynasty. Everyone had nothing to do with each other. At night, Zong tried to make his inner force flow like flowing water. It was not easy, but Zong's amazing perception and perfect control of his inner force allowed him to achieve it after 3 days. Zong sat on a single bed in the dark night with no moon or stars. His domineering inner strength became very gentle, like a trickle of water flowing around his body. It flowed into the abyss on his left and right feet, and then into the abyss. This efficiency was at least 10 times faster than his previous attempts. Although Zong wanted to fill the earth abyss at his feet with inner force, he knew that he could not rush it. "Little brother, I see that your sword skills are very solid. Your attainments in sword skills should be pretty good, right?" After traveling for half a month on the black wooden ship, a middle-aged man stood a few meters away from Zong and smiled. "I'm just diligent in my studies and training." Zong smiled. "Little brother, you are from the 3 dynasties, right?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily and seemed to be very talkative. "The aura on your body does not seem like you are from the Longta dynasty." "Senior, you are from the Longta dynasty, right?" Zong smiled. The aura on this person's body was different from the people from the 3 dynasties that Zong had seen before. It was more similar to the people from the Dayu trading company. Aura, this was a very mysterious thing and also very complex. Between heaven and earth, everything had an aura that belonged to them. There were countless types of auras, and the auras would also affect each other. Every region had its own history and culture. As time passed, the people who were born and raised in that region would naturally leave behind an aura that belonged to that region. This was also why, when people from one place went to another place, their words or actions would be different. Of course, not everyone had that kind of eyesight. Only those who were sharper than others or those who had rich experience could do it. Zong was from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, while the middle-aged man was from the Longta dynasty. The middle-aged man often traveled outside and was very talkative. He felt that Zong was very congenial and started to chat with him. Zong wanted to know more about the Longta dynasty, so he naturally chatted happily with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was called Wang Yaro. He was a true martial realm cultivator. As for what level of true martial realm he was, Zong could not tell. However, he could vaguely confirm that the middle-aged man's cultivation was not low. He was at least at the late stage of the true martial realm. Chunzong was interested in the Longtu dynasty, and it was not a secret. As long as he entered the Longtu dynasty, he would slowly understand. Therefore, Wang Yaorong did not deliberately hide anything and told Chunzong everything he could. The journey on the sinking Feather River took more than a month. Only half a month had passed, and there were still at least 20 days before they reached the other side. As he chatted with Wang Yaorong, Chunzong understood more about the Longtu dynasty. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. On the other hand, Chunzong's cultivation had also made good progress. Late at night, the black wooden boat was still riding the wind and breaking the waves at the speed of a galloping horse. It quickly reached the other side of the sinking Feather River. On the boat, other than the crew members who were steering the boat and patrolling the area, most of the others had already fallen asleep. Chunzong sat cross-legged on a single wooden bed. His eyes were closed, and his vigorous inner chi seemed to have lost its domineering sharpness. It became as soft and gentle as a stream. After circulating around his body, the inner chi flowed to his legs, reaching the center of his feet and being absorbed into the earth abyss. After many days, Chunzong gradually felt that the earth abyss under his feet had turned from weak to strong. It was able to withstand the impact of a stronger force. Chunzong could also feel that the earth abyss under his feet seemed to be filled to the brim. Soon, very soon, in the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Every day during the day, Chunzong would go to the deck to look at the river. Speaking of the sinking Feather River, the water was indeed beautiful, but one would get tired of looking at it for a long time. However, Chunzong had been looking at it for 20 consecutive days, which was very surprising. But no one knew that Chunzong was actually not looking at the scenery, but observing and comprehending Tao. Late at night, a large amount of inner chi, like the water of a long river, kept flowing into the earth abyss under his feet. Then, the center of his feet trembled slightly and gradually became hot. The temperature was getting higher and higher, as if a red-hot soldering iron had been stuffed into his feet. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed, and his feet could not help but tremble. It was too hot. It was really too hot. He felt that the soles of his feet were going to be burned through. He resisted the burning heat with all his might for half an hour before it gradually weakened. When the heat completely disappeared, it was replaced by an extremely comfortable feeling. It was as if the center of his feet had been penetrated. When it came into contact with the air, a trace of coolness spread from the air to the center of his feet. That trace of coolness also entered his feet and legs from the center of his feet, and then spread throughout his body. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp inner chi flowed directly into the earth abyss without Chunzong's deliberate control. When it flowed out of the earth abyss, Chunzong felt that the inner chi seemed to be mixed with a trace of coolness from the outside world. As it flowed, it seemed to become purer. Could it be that after breaking through the zenith and the earth abyss, the inner chi can be further purified? Chunzong could not help but think to himself. Without guidance and enough ancient books, Chunzong was not clear about the ability of the completion of the force training realm. He could only rely on himself to explore slowly. Chunzong had always been curious about what changes would happen after he reached the zenith and the earth abyss. Now he vaguely knew. The purity of his inner chi had reached an extremely high level, which was completely his own limit. Now, there was hope for further purification, which meant that his combat strength could continue to improve. Chapter 362. The river calmed down. Chunzong stared in front of him in surprise. He could vaguely see the silhouettes of people. "Brother, isn't it interesting?" Wang Yaorong laughed. He had seen this scene countless times and had long lost interest in it. However, it was Chunzong's first time seeing it. It was busy and bustling. Everyone seemed to have something important to do as they hurried along. It was a pier called the Dayu Pier. This name symbolized the ownership of the pier. It was the exclusive pier of the Dayu Trading Company. Owning a pier also showed the shocking wealth of the Dayu Trading Company and the hidden power behind it. The Du Trading Company built such a pier not only for cross-river trade, but also for trade along the sinking Feather River. The boats used were naturally made of blackwood. However, they couldn't be compared to the boats that crossed the sinking Feather River. The boats gradually slowed down as they neared the shore. "Everyone, you can disembark now," a deacon of the Du Trading Company said loudly. "Brother Chinzong, I still have something to do. We'll part ways here. See you again if fate allows." Wang Yarong laughed out loud. Then, he leaped up and soared like a big bird. After flying out of the wooden boat, he landed firmly on the dock. Then, he quickly shuttled through the crowd and disappeared into the crowd. "See you again," Chinzong said indifferently. His body flashed and landed on the pier as light as a feather. The dock was made of wood, but it was very stable. Chinzong took a step forward and was surprised to find that the people coming and going around were either emitting strong blood and chi fluctuations or strong inner strength fluctuations. But these people were just porters carrying goods. Chinzong was surprised when he first arrived at the Cloud Dragon Dynasty from the Eastern Continent. The Cloud Dragon Dynasty's martial Dao level was much higher than the Eastern Continent's. When the three dynasties first set foot on the Longtu Dynasty's territory, he was surprised again when he saw just a small pier. Martial artists with powerful vitality and force refinement realm martial artists who were not weak were actually just porters carrying goods. It was too unbelievable. However, Chinzong was not too surprised. Perhaps he had been prepared for this. The more martial arts flourished in a place, the more popular martial arts techniques would be, and the more people would practice martial arts. Even if one's talent was average, they would still be able to cultivate some skills to strengthen their body and make a better living. All kinds of shouts came from all directions, and the crowd was bustling. Chinzong was as agile as a fish, shuttling through the crowd. At this moment, a thin and small figure mixed in the crowd, seemingly inadvertently approaching Chinzong. The moment the skinny figure passed by Chinzong, his slender fingers reached for the bag on Chinzong's shoulder at lightning speed. His fingers reached into the bag as if there was nothing there. Just as he was about to take out the item inside, he realized that he had missed. This person was very experienced, and his reaction was fast. The moment his fingers missed, he did not hesitate and immediately staggered his footsteps. His body swayed, leaving behind a few afterimages as he quickly made his way to the densest part of the crowd. From missing to retreating, it only took a blink of an eye. This reaction speed was incomparable to many inner chi realm martial artists. However, Chinzong's reaction speed was even faster. He used his finger as a sword and stabbed out. Under the sword finger, the air was pierced, leaving a white scar. The skinny figure was shocked. He used a movement technique that he was proud of to the extreme, but he found that the sword finger was still in front of him, and he could not dodge. It was as if a divine sword had come from the heavens. It was so sharp that he felt as if it had pierced through his forehead from a distance. "Stop!" The skinny figure tried his best to retreat as he screamed. He did not want to die. However, that finger didn't hesitate in the slightest, and it descended onto the center of his brows before suddenly stopping. The icy cold and sharp feeling caused the thin figure to be unable to help but twitch, and for a time, he thought that the center of his brows had been pierced through and he'd died. "I'm still alive." Realizing this, the skinny figure was terrified. His face was pale, and large amounts of sweat seeped out from his forehead. The sweat on his back drenched his clothes. This feeling of walking on the edge of death was too exhilarating. His legs felt weak and powerless. "Stop, or you're dead." The skinny figure quickly retreated. He regained his senses and threatened Chinzong. Chinzong did not have the intention to kill him. After all, he was a thief and did not deserve to die. Secondly, Chinzong was not a bloodthirsty person. Thirdly, it was better to keep a low profile since he had just arrived. At the end of the day, even if his fighting strength had reached 7-star, he was still in the energy refining realm. The difference between him and a true martial realm was obvious. However, in a place like Longta Dynasty, true martial realm experts might not be everywhere, but they were not a minority. Any one of them had the ability to defeat and kill him. Retracting his finger, Chunzong memorized his opponent's appearance and characteristics. This was a middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. He was about to leave. "Stop!" the middle-aged man screamed. His figure flashed and blocked Chunzong's path. "You almost killed me just now. You have to compensate me. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest. Do you want to die?" Chunzong's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. In an instant, the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks felt suffocated. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. One had to know that he was at the peak of the 9th cycle of energy refining realm, and his fighting strength had reached 2-star. Other than a true martial realm expert, who else could give him such a feeling? Could it be that this person was a true martial realm expert? If he was really a true martial realm expert, he looked so young. He must have an extraordinary background. What if he was not someone to be trifled with? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. No, this person gives me the feeling that he is not a local. Could it be that he came from the other side of the sinking Feather River? If he came from the other side, it doesn't matter how powerful his background is. I am from the venomous snake gang. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape death. As if he had understood something, the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks spoke in a more confident and threatening tone. "Venomous snake gang," Chunzong muttered to himself. When he was talking to Wang Yaorong, he had mentioned that there were some small gangs at the pier. They were specialized in finding targets and robbing them of their wealth. Such small gangs were nothing to the Dayu trading firm. They were like ants to the Dayu trading firm. As long as the Dayu trading firm wanted to, they could easily destroy them. However, the survival of these small gangs was inextricably linked to the Dayu trading firm. In other words, they were inextricably linked to the manager of the Dayu trading firm's pier. To the Dayu trading firm, it was just a small gang. However, it had more than one true martial realm expert. To the current Chunzong, such a gang was undoubtedly in existence that he could not contend with. He was still too weak before reaching the true martial realm. Sometimes, Chunzong could not help but be impulsive. He wanted to break through to the true martial realm and become a true martial realm expert. With his current accumulation and foundation, if he broke through to the true martial realm, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Furthermore, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to fight those of a higher level. However, his rationality restrained his impulsiveness. His foundation was not perfect enough. He had not reached the real peak. Now, he was hibernating like a dragon in the abyss. He was waiting for the right time to soar. "Give me 1,000 spiritual shells, and I will let this matter go. Otherwise, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death." The middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks was getting more confident. He sneered and threatened Chunzong. People around saw this and stayed far away for fear of being implicated. They looked at Chunzong with pity in their eyes. Every day, some people would be blackmailed. They would be blackmailed more than once. They would be blackmailed a second time until they were drained dry. If they dared to resist, they would often end up badly. However, these things were not something they could interfere with. Chunzong's eyes were as cold as the edge of a sword. Would he accept the blackmail and give him 1,000 spiritual shells? Impossible. Perhaps some people would be willing to do so, but Chunzong was not willing to do so. Only when one's heart desired something and did not go against one's heart, one sword would be invincible. The sword flashed, and the coldness attacked people. The sword edge was placed on the neck of the middle-aged man. "Say it again." Chunzong's voice sounded at the same time. His tone was as cold as a sword. The cold touch on his neck was filled with the breath of death. The middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks trembled unconsciously, and sweat came out again. I will say," he stuttered and could not finish a complete sentence because he was afraid. He was sure that this person's strength was not something he could fight against. If he really wanted to kill him, one sword move would be enough. However, the man's eyes were full of coldness. It was a kind of fierce killing intent. The middle-aged man dared to swear with his well-tempered fingers that the man really dared to kill him. As for whether the man would die or not, it was not something he could know for sure. Staying alive was the most important thing. Only then could he enjoy everything. All of a sudden, Chun Zong's pupil shrank. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and backed away. A strand of powerful finger wind pierced through the air. When it brushed past his face, Chun Zong raised his head in time. He felt a slight pain on his cheek. A thin wound had been cut open. A drop of bright red blood flew out and brushed past the corner of his eye. "You're just in the chi refining state. You can avoid my attack. You are quite capable." A bewildered voice rang out as a brawny man in a short gown with steel-like muscles appeared beside the middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like chin. "Third Guardian." The middle-aged man saw him and quickly bowed. "Trash, get out of my way." The strong man glanced at the middle-aged man with disdain. He waved his hand and pushed the middle-aged man a dozen meters away. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground. He immediately looked at Chun Zong with a bit of scrutiny. Then he grinned, showing his white teeth. "Young man, you are quite capable. You must have been a genius for a long time." The man looked at Chun Zong up and down as if he was looking at goods. He focused on the two swords at his waist and the silver python robe, as if he wanted to see something. "Hand over your swords and robe, and I will spare your life." The strong man laughed. Chun Zong's pupils shrank. The man was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. Judging from his aura, the man's cultivation was not very high. He was only in the early stage of the real martial arts realm. Taking a deep breath, Chun Zong did not plan to hand over the two swords and the silver python robe. Maybe he was not a match for the man. However, if he used all his strength, he should be able to hold on for a while and then find a chance to escape. In the worst case, he still had the red thunder sword. Chapter 363. The wind howled and the air was compressed like a steel wall. Chun Zong couldn't breathe. He felt like his body was being squeezed and was about to be squashed into a meat patty. The silver python robe seemed to be pressed into his body and mixed with his flesh and blood. Chun Zong felt like he couldn't even open his eyes. He used his strong spiritual will to mobilize his internal and external strength. He unsheathed his swords and cut the invisible wall of air apart. The brawny man was surprised again. This was the first time he saw a warrior in the chi-refining realm fight back against a warrior in the real martial arts realm. The giant hand grabbed out, and in front of Chun Zong's eyes, it seemed to expand with the wind, becoming like a millstone. It also seemed to cover the sky, and a black mass came down like a mountain. Break! In an instant, Chun Zong activated all his strength. His blood and chi were like waves. His internal strength was like a landslide, and the power of heaven and earth surrounded him. The power of the mountain-splitting sword and the mountain-beheading sword were activated at the same time. In an instant, the two swords buzzed, further increasing their strength. Mixed energy strike. Cut. The two swords crossed and slashed out. It wasn't the light of a cross, but a white dragon that slithered through the air. This was the dragon breaking the sky that Chun Zong had comprehended after practicing the Navagraha flash dragon sword to the extreme. The power of this sword was beyond the late stage of the 7-star level, beyond the peak of the 7-star level. It was also the most powerful sword attack that Chun Zong could unleash in an instant. It was so sharp that even from a distance, one would feel like their eyes were being slashed by a sword. It was painful. Chun Zong grabbed the white dragon with one hand. The strong force stopped the palm. Then a muffled sound like a drum beat was heard. It made people's blood and chi boil, and their hearts beat wildly. The white flood dragon twisted its body, releasing a shocking amount of power and sharpness, tearing apart the true power that was covering the palm. Then, the white flood dragon was also crushed. With a boom, chi spread out in all directions, and sword chi shot out in all directions, crazily cutting apart the hard wooden planks below, leaving behind shocking cracks. The air blast was like a surging tide. Chun Zong kept retreating, his feet leaving deep imprints on the hard wooden board. The burly man's figure swayed, and with a wave of his large hand, he shattered all the sword chi that shot towards him. Although he was not injured at all, the burly man's heart was like raging waves, and he was extremely shocked. One had to know that he was a martial artist at the second level of the true martial realm. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the power of his true force was far superior to his inner force. In addition to the disparity in other aspects, he had not only failed to take down his opponent, he had even been counterattacked. Unbelievable! Shinzong was not surprised at all. He sheathed his swords in an instant, then pulled out the red thunder sword and pointed it at his opponent. "Oh, I've changed my sword. Is it useful?" The brawny man couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the other party was a rare genius, but through all the judgment, it could be deduced that the other party did not belong here, but came from somewhere else. Although this brawny man was somewhat apprehensive, if he wasn't mistaken, the other party's two swords were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Their value was several times higher than normal pseudo-spiritual weapons. "Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The brawny man spoke again and reached out his hand again. This time he used 50% of his strength, and the pressure on Chunzong suddenly increased several times. Suddenly, the burly man's hand stopped midway, as if there was an invisible iron wall in front of him. His face was full of bewilderment, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The red thunder sword trembled slightly and made a buzzing sound, which was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. On it, a wisp of white sword light flickered. This white sword light was formed by highly condensed sword chi in an incomprehensible way, and it contained amazing power. It was the sword chi carried by the red thunder sword. In the face of a martial artist at the real martial realm, Chunzong was no match for him even if he used all his strength. He could only rely on the red thunder sword. One sword strike was enough to intimidate. The brawny man couldn't restrain himself, and he couldn't help but feel frightened, scared, and creeped out. The white sword light was like a messenger of death, and it made him feel like he was being torn apart and penetrated from a distance. It was very uncomfortable. The brawny man was sure that the power contained in that sword was enough to kill him more than 10 times. "Little brother, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Don't use your sword. It's better to put away first, so as to avoid accidental injury." The brawny man's cheeks twitched, and he forced a smile. He operated his cultivation method to the extreme, and his true power spread all over his body. This sounded ridiculous, but the brawny man couldn't laugh. "Get lost." Chunzong's voice was as cold as a sword. His wrist trembled slightly, and the white sword light seemed to be shooting out. The brawny man was shocked, and he quickly retreated more than 10 meters. "Okay, little brother, don't be agitated. I'll go now." As the brawny man finished speaking, he used his body movement to quickly retreat. Chunzong also took the opportunity to quickly retreat, drilling into the dense crowd and leaving as fast as he could. The sword chi contained in the red thunder sword was indeed amazing, but controlling it was also a big burden for Chunzong. He almost lost control and shot it out. If the sword chi shot out, it would certainly kill the brawny man, but it would also kill the others, causing great damage. Whether it would cause more serious consequences, Chunzong wasn't sure. Moreover, using a transcendent sword chi to deal with a true martial realm cultivator was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In addition, Chunzong didn't want to expose the red thunder sword, but he was forced to do so. He had to leave as soon as possible. Light and fast like the wind, Chunzong disappeared in the blink of an eye. The brawny man's face was extremely gloomy, staring in the direction Chunzong left. His anger was like a boiling volcano on the verge of erupting. He was actually intimidated by a chi refining realm cultivator and was even forced to retreat. If word got out, he would be the biggest joke in the world. However, he is definitely not an ordinary chi refining realm cultivator. To be able to resist 30% of my strength, his combat strength is definitely above 6 stars. For many people, a 7-star combat strength was like a legend. At this level, even the brawny man couldn't touch it. In addition, his 2 swords are a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts. The third sword contains amazing power and is extremely valuable. What happened here will soon spread. I have to act as soon as possible and catch him." While talking to himself, the brawny man immediately asked the middle-aged man to return to the gang and report this matter to the gang leader. Then, he quickly chased in the direction Chunzong left. Superb talent, outstanding swordsmanship, brave and resourceful. I didn't expect to meet such a talent on a whim. In the crowd, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a gray robe with his hands behind his back watched the confrontation with a smile on his face. With a turn of his body, he disappeared like a ghost. "Who are you?" The brawny man was vigilant. He covered his body with true force and gathered it in his palms as he chased after Chunzong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in front of him. He looked as ordinary as a teacher, but the brawny man didn't dare to think so because his appearance was too sudden. There was no one in front of him just now, but he suddenly appeared as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. "Li Qingye," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Li Qingye," the brawny man repeated. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but tremble as he retreated. "Master of the Green Leaf Sword Mansion, that's me," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Masterly, what can I do for you?" The brawny man forced himself to calm down and lowered his head respectfully. He couldn't help it. The strength of the man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if all the martial artists in the Viper gang attacked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. "Go back to where you came from," Li Qingye said calmly. Masterly means, while the brawny man was secretly guessing, he suddenly felt a chill and an astonishing sharpness that threatened to tear his body apart. Even his soul couldn't escape. His whole body shivered, and he felt as if a stream of ice water had penetrated his spine from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, freezing him in an instant. If you do something you shouldn't do, there's no need for the Viper gang to exist. Li Qingye's last words reached the brawny man's ears, and he was shocked to find that the man in front of him had disappeared. Could it be that man just now has some kind of relationship with Li Qingye? After a long time, the brawny man recovered and muttered to himself. His expression changed several times before he finally gave up, filled with unwillingness. There was no other way. Li Qingye was a famous pseudo-transcendent realm master. A single finger from him could kill him 10 times over. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Rushing out of the dock, Chunzong quickly moved forward. "Little brother, please wait a moment." The gentle voice carried a soothing rhythm. As it entered Chunzong's ears, he felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he unsheathed the red thunder sword once more. A white sword light flickered as he pointed towards the source of the voice. "Little brother, don't worry, I have no malicious intent." Li Qingye stood a dozen meters away from Chunzong, his hands clasped behind his back and a kind smile on his face. Although he was surprised by the astonishing power of the red thunder sword, he didn't show the slightest fear. "Your Excellency is?" Chunzong was extremely vigilant, and the white sword light around him became even more intense. "My name is Li Qingye, the sect master of River Feather City's Green Leaf Sword School." Li Qingye calmly said, "Although I haven't reached the transcendent realm, I'm still a pseudo-transcendent. If I wanted to harm you, I'm afraid the sword in your hand wouldn't have any effect." Hearing this, Chunzong's expression changed. Pseudo-transcendent realm. Perhaps the sword chi contained in the red thunder sword had reached the transcendent realm, but Chunzong himself was too weak. As the other party had said, before he could release the sword chi, the other party would be able to dodge and kill him. Or perhaps the pressure from the other party's aura alone would be enough to seriously affect him. "What advice does Senior have for me?" Chunzong still didn't relax his vigilance. "Little brother, did you come from the other side of the river?" Li Qingye asked with a smile. "I'm new here, so little brother isn't familiar with this place. Why don't you come with me to the sword school first?" "Don't worry, I really don't have any malicious intent. It's just that little brother's swordsmanship is quite good and his combat strength has reached the 7-star rank. Your talent is outstanding, and you have both courage and wisdom. You are truly a rare gem, so I invited you to come with me. Li Qingye saw the vigilance in Chunzong's eyes and explained with a smile. I appreciate Senior's kindness. Chunzong thought for a moment and didn't agree rashly. Chapter 364. Under the Longtu dynasty, there were mountains, rivers, forests, and swamps. The land was vast, and resources were plentiful. It was a prosperous place. Many cities stood on the land of the dynasty, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time. River Feather City was one of the many cities. It was located on the banks of a sinking Feather River and was a city that focused on trade. Of course, the prosperity of trade did not mean that the military power was weak. On the contrary, it required a strong military power to guard and protect. River Feather City had a population of over 10 million. The various clans, sects, and factions were tangled and complicated. The conflicts of interest were enough to make an ordinary person rack their brains. If they were careless and fell into it, without any means or backing, they would not even know what had happened. Fortunately, although the factions were tangled and complicated, the interactions between them maintained a balance. At least on the surface, it looked peaceful and friendly. Although Wang Yaorong had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable, allowing Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the Longta dynasty, he did not know much about the situation within each city. After asking and conversing, Chunzong finally decided to go to the Green Leaf Sword School. As a newcomer, he needed a suitable place to stay. An inn or a restaurant was one choice, but it was not the best choice. After all, he needed to blend in and understand more about this place. Moreover, the cultivation of the force refining realm was still too weak. For example, if Nin Shuntian or Qing Shan went out to train, they still needed a strong enough force to protect them. Otherwise, they would be easily killed. The Greenleaf Sword School was located in the middle of the North Street of River Feather City. The bluestone paved ground was flat and wide. In the ancient courtyard wall was a simple and unadorned door. On the plaque, there were 4 large words in red, Greenleaf Sword School. Chunzong squinted his eyes as he stared at the words. He could vaguely feel the sharpness of the sword from the 4 large words. It seemed to contain a profound sword theory. After knocking on the door, someone quickly opened it. Who are you? With a tender voice and curious eyes, it was a young child. Chunzong estimated that he was around 10 years old. Are you here to learn swordsmanship? I'm looking for the owner of the Green Leaf Sword School. Chunzong smiled. Please come in. The child let Chunzong in first. There were more than a dozen people practicing swordsmanship in the front yard. They all seemed to be in their teens. Although their swordsmanship was ordinary in Chunzong's eyes, they had a good foundation and were quite stable. It was obvious that they had been taught by a famous teacher. Chunzong's arrival did not attract their attention. They did not even look at him. They were all immersed in their own swordsmanship. Why are you looking for the dojo master? The child brought a middle-aged man with him. The middle-aged man looked serious and spoke in a low voice. However, the light in his eyes seemed to penetrate Chunzong. Senior, please inform the owner of the Green Leaf Club that the person who was invited yesterday has come to visit. Chunzong cupped his fists and bowed. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Go sit in the hall for a while. I'll go ask for the attention. The middle-aged man stared at Chunzong for a while. The latter's aura was completely restrained. It was difficult to sense his cultivation level. After hearing his words, the middle-aged man pondered. He asked the child to bring Chunzong into the hall while he walked to the back of the sword school. Big brother, do you know the dojo master? The child, wearing a loose sword robe, asked in a tender voice. We've met once. Chunzong smiled. Really? The child expressed his doubts. The dojo master is a pseudo-transcendent realm master. It is said that he is one of the top 3 masters in River Feather City. Big brother, you actually met the dojo master. It was a coincidence. Chunzong smiled. Then take a seat. I'll bring you some tea. The child said. Little brother, welcome to the Green Leaf Sword School. A gentle voice sounded. Li Qingye walked into the hall with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. Senior, I've offended you yesterday. Please forgive me. Zong stood up and cupped his fists. You and I didn't know each other before. How could I offend you? Li Qingye smiled and gestured for Zong to sit down. After the child bowed to Li Qingye, he glanced at Zong curiously and left. Little brother, what's your name? Where are you from? Li Qingye asked. My name is Zong. I'm from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Greetings, senior. Zong cupped his fists again. The Cloud Dragon Dynasty is one of the 3 dynasties across the sinking Feather River. Li Qingye said, a small dynasty can produce a genius like little brother Zong. It is indeed extraordinary. Senior, you flatter me. Zong said and sat down again. Little brother, you must be curious about why I invited you to the sword school. Li Qingye did not beat around the bush. Little brother, you are new here. Perhaps you don't have a direct understanding of the Longtu dynasty. Senior, please enlighten me. Zong said. Wang Yaorong had said a lot, but Wang Yaorong was a true martial realm cultivator, while Li Qingye was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Zong felt that Li Qingye was stronger than his master. Different levels meant different levels of contact. Naturally, their views and understanding of some things would be different. The land under our feet has a common name, the Longtu region. The Longtu region is one of the regions in the Kanglan continent. It is under the jurisdiction of the Longtu dynasty. Kanglan continent, Longtu region. Zong repeated in a low voice. It was as if a door had opened in front of him. This was what Wang Yaorong did not say. A few hundred years ago, the Longtu region was not called Longtu region. It was called something else. The Longtu dynasty had a strong military force and many strong masters. They swept the entire region and made all the forces bow down to them. Under the heavens, all the land belonged to the dynasty. Therefore, this region was renamed Longtu region. Zong could not help but nod. This was the result of strength. If the Longtu dynasty did not have the strength to make all the forces bow down to them, how could they change the name of a region? The Longtu dynasty worked hard and divided the Longtu region into 8 provinces. River Feather City belongs to one of the 8 provinces, the Tianjiang Prefecture. In the Tianjiang Prefecture, there are 4 great forces. They are the Tianshui Pavilion, the Truyang Sect, the Unhindered Sword Sect, and the Ao Mei Villa. These 4 great forces can be considered as a low-rank sect in the vast Kanglan continent. Low-rank sect? Zong was puzzled. May I ask, senior, how is the sect categorized? In the Kanglan continent, the sects are divided into several grades. The low grade is the lowest, followed by the middle grade, and then the high grade. Above the high grade, there are even higher grades, but those are still too far away. Li Qingye smiled and didn't continue. The Tianjiang Prefecture only has these 4 low-rank sect forces. As for the Longtu dynasty, in essence, it is also a sect, but its grade is high rank. Low rank. High rank. Zong was shocked. Although Li Qingye did not say how to define the sect's grade, the difference between them was obvious. The division of a sect's grade is related to the level of the transcendent realm. This is still too far away for us to talk about. I can only be sure that if a high-rank sect wants to destroy a low-rank sect, it can do so in the blink of an eye. Li Qingye's words shocked Zong. In the blink of an eye, it was too shocking. Immediately after, an indescribable excitement filled his heart. In the Longtu dynasty, the only high-rank sect force is the Longtu imperial family. As for mid-rank forces, there are as many as 4. You will know in the future. In addition to being the pavilion master of the Green Leaf Sword Mansion, I am also an outer elder of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Li Qingye said. Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The mystery in his mind seemed to have been solved in an instant. Why would Li Qingye take the initiative to invite him? It seems that little brother has already guessed it. Li Qingye smiled. That's right. My purpose is to invite little brother to become a disciple of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Zong was still thinking and was not in a hurry to agree. There was no doubt that coming to the Longtu dynasty was a very good choice because the martial Dao level of the Longtu dynasty was indeed much higher than the 3 great dynasties. There was also a sect-level force in the entire continent. Of course, if one were to count, the Cloud Dragon dynasty could also be considered a low-rank sect. In this place, not only were there many low-rank sect forces, there were also 4 mid-rank sect forces and even 1 high-rank sect force. Under normal circumstances, naturally, the higher the rank of the force, the deeper the foundation and strength. If one became a disciple of such a force, they might be able to enjoy better resources and inheritances. Of course, the competition would also be greater. Little brother, I saw that your performance yesterday was outstanding. Your battle strength should have broken through the limit of the energy refining realm and reached 7-star. With such talent, you have the qualifications to become a disciple of a mid-rank sect force. As for a high-rank sect force, there is also a high chance. Li Qingye sincerely said. However, in the Long-Tu dynasty, only the Long-Tu imperial clan is a high-rank sect force. In order to ensure the legitimacy of the imperial clan, the Long-Tu imperial clan will not accept disciples with a different surname. Even if there are some extremely talented people who want to join the Long-Tu imperial clan, they have to change their surname and swear eternal loyalty to the Long-Tu imperial clan. Hearing Li Qingye's words, Chunzong's expression slightly changed. He put an end to the idea of becoming a disciple of the Long-Tu imperial clan. Changing surname was unacceptable. Swearing eternal loyalty, this kind of restriction was also hard to accept. As for the 4 mid-rank sect forces, the Tianjiang prefecture does not have one. With little brother's speed, it will take at least half a year to reach the nearest mid-rank sect force. The journey will be filled with dangers and dangers. It is still unknown whether you will be able to reach it smoothly. Chunzong couldn't help but nod. Li Qingye didn't need to lie to him because he would know these things in the future. Although my unhindered sword sect is only a low-rank sect force, our foundation is very deep. A few hundred years ago, the unhindered sword sect was a mid-rank sect force. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the sect's battle strength was greatly reduced. It has not recovered to this day. Li Qingye sighed. There was a hint of regret in his words. Little brother, I'm only inviting you. I have no intention of forcing you. You can choose on your own. No matter what you choose, I will not interfere. Li Qingye said, however, if you choose unhindered sword sect, I will recommend you the identity of the sword son of the sect. You will receive the best training. Chapter 365. Outside the Green Leaf Sword School, more and more people were practicing their swords. The whistling of the wind created a beautiful melody. The living room was silent. Even the sound of breathing was difficult to be heard. Li Qingye sat quietly on the chair, waiting for Chunzong to make a decision. His face was peaceful and his eyes were like an ancient well. There was no impatience in them. Chunzong was thinking, this was not a small matter. He could not be reckless. Without a doubt, becoming a disciple of an upper-class sect was the best option. However, the only upper-class sect in the Long-Tu dynasty was the Long-Tu imperial family. There was no other choice. There were indeed other upper-class sects outside of the Long-Tu region, but that was just wishful thinking. With the strength of the Qi refining realm, he was destined to not be able to travel far. The conditions and restrictions of the Long-Tu imperial family also determined that Chunzong could not join them. He ruled it out. None of the 4 middle-class sects were in Tianjiang prefecture. They needed to leave the prefecture first before going to the other prefectures. The journey was extremely dangerous. Even the strength of the Qi refining realm was not enough to deal with it. Under normal circumstances, only those who reached the true martial realm would have the qualifications to travel far. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Chunzong's mind, and he analyzed them one by one. There were pros and cons to joining a sect. The pros were the environment, resources, and inheritances. These were all related to one's cultivation. After all, it would be difficult to compete with others in the Long-Tu region with just his 2 swords. The cons were the restrictions. There was not the freedom of being a rogue cultivator. However, the degree of restrictions varied depending on the sect. There were 2 sides to everything. The choice depended on what one needed the most and whether one could accept it or not. Aside from the Long-Tu imperial family and the 4 middle-class sects, the best choice in Tianjong Prefecture was the 4 low-class sects. Among them, the Unhindered Sword Sect might be the best choice. Sword Sect, as the name suggested, was a sect that focused on swordsmanship. After thinking for a while, Chunzong opened his eyes. His gaze was resolute. "Senior, I've made up my mind. Let's go to the Unhindered Sword Sect," Chunzong said. All right, Li Qingye had always been indifferent, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he calmed down and said, "Little brother, before you go, there are some things that I want to make clear. Senior, please go ahead." Chunzong was not surprised. The Unhindered Sword Sect is, after all, a ranked sect. It is not something an ordinary sect can compare to. With your talent, it would be easy for you to become an ordinary disciple. However, the sword son of the sect is extremely important. In my entire life, I only have one chance to recommend you, Li Qingye said with a serious expression. If you can become the sect's sword son, you will receive the best training, but you will also face the greatest challenges. As the one who recommended you, I will naturally be rewarded by the sect. On the other hand, if I fail, I will not receive any rewards. As for you, you will either become an ordinary disciple or leave. Li Qingye continued, "If you fail and are unwilling to become an ordinary disciple, I will personally escort you out of Tianjong Prefecture to the nearest middle-ranked sect." Li Qingye's sincerity was apparent. "Thank you, Senior." Chunzong stood up and thanked him. "You don't have to thank me. I have a disciple who has reached the peak of 6-star. I originally planned to give this recommendation to him, but I happened to meet you. I feel that you might be a better candidate." Li Qingye said, "But a feeling is just a feeling. Therefore, I will arrange for you to compete with my disciple, Yang Xianying. If you win, I will truly give the recommendation to you. If you lose, I can only say that you're not destined to be my disciple. What do you think? If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price." Chunzong smiled. His father had taught him this since he was young. He remembered it in his heart. Good. Li Qingye was very happy. It was rare to see such a reasonable genius. It should be known that the more talented one was, the easier it was for them to be arrogant and develop all kinds of strange temperaments or problems. They were all arrogant and always thought that they were the best. They could not tolerate other people's arrangements. There were very few people who were as easy to talk to as Chunzong. This meant that his temperament was better than others. Li Qingye thought highly of him. The Greenleaf Sword School had a front yard and a backyard. The backyard was paved with huge and flat bluestone. It was 20 meters long and wide. Chunzong stood in the backyard, facing a young man from afar. This young man wore a feathered crown and a gold and silver robe. With a sword in his hand, he looked extraordinary. He was Li Qingye's disciple, Yang Xianying. He was also from a Yang family, one of the many forces in River Feather City. His talent was extraordinary. He had practiced the sword with Li Qingye for a few years, and his sword skills were superb. He was famous among the younger generation of Qi refining realm martial artists in River Feather City. Yang Xianying already knew about the sword son of the Unhindered Sword Sect. He thought that his master would use the recommendation to give him a chance to compete for the position of the sword son of the sect. If he could become the sword son of the sect, he would be able to receive the best training from the sect. At that time, he would be able to build a stronger foundation and compete with stronger geniuses. In the future, he would be able to reach the peak and become a famous expert in the Long-Tu Empire. He might even be able to take charge of the Unhindered Sword Sect and become the sect master. His future was infinitely bright, but it was affected by Chunzong's appearance. His master actually wanted him to compete with him. This clearly meant that he wanted to use this to decide who would be the sword son of the sect. Thinking of this, Yang Xianying's eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the tip of a sword was going to pierce through Chunzong and tear him apart. Li Qingye stood not far away and watched. Chunzong had both swords at his waist and the red thunder sword on his back. As for the raging dragon bow, an arrow, he put it aside for the time being. Yang Xianying's eyes grew colder and colder as his anger flared. Suddenly, sword light flashed and fell like a meteor from outer space, tearing through the wind and shattering mountains. It carried an astonishing power as it pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the sword light crossed a dozen meters and arrived in front of Chunzong. Both swords were unsheathed. The cross-shaped sword light cut the air in front of Chunzong into 4 pieces. According to Li Qingye, his disciple Yang Xianying's combat strength was at the peak of 6-star. Chunzong didn't need to use the Enlightenment realm. The sword poured down like a rainstorm and flashed across the sky like lightning. Yang Xianying was using a peerless earth tier sword art, the azure sword art that Li Qingye had imparted to him. His sword was like an azure meteor piercing through the sky, drawing a straight or curved trajectory. It was as if there were dozens or hundreds of swords slashing at him at the same time. The storm-like aura was suffocating. Any martial artist with extraordinary talent who had cultivated a complete peerless earth-class cultivation method to the highest level and cultivated a peerless earth-class martial art to the imperceptible realm together with other auxiliary cultivation methods, would usually have the combat strength of 6-star. However, it was not so easy to reach the peak of 6-star. Chunzong could feel that Yang Xianying's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th transformation of the Force Training Realm. He was not at the completion of the Force Training Realm. This also showed that he was quite talented. If he could break through to the completion of the Force Training Realm, his combat strength would definitely reach 7-star. Countless green meteors with shocking coldness and sharpness pierced through the void and mercilessly attacked Chunzong with all his strength. Li Qingye frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that his disciple did not hold back at all except for not using any secret method. He directly activated the green sword art to the extreme. Every move was filled with fierce, killing intent, as if he had a grudge against his opponent. However, Li Qingye was not worried about Chunzong. After all, he had seen Chunzong fight with an LV2 genuine martial realm martial artist. Even if it was only one move, he could see some clues. Sure enough, Chunzong seemed to be calm and at ease when facing Yang Xianying's sword technique that was executed with his full strength. His swords weaved through it, shattering green meteor after green meteor, and he was even able to counterattack. Li Qingye could see that Chunzong did not use any peerless earth-class sword art. His sword art was changeable and varied. Obviously, he had cultivated many sword arts and derived his own understanding of them, making them his own. Just this level of attainment in sword art had already surpassed his disciple Yang Xianying. Li Qingye could also see that Chunzong's counterattack was not fatal. Perhaps it was because Yang Xianying was his disciple. In fact, if Yang Xianying was not Li Qingye's disciple and tried to kill him, he would have been killed by Chunzong. The higher the combat strength, the lower the enhancement of the Wuzhen realm. For example, when Chunzong's combat strength was at 5-star, the Wuzhen realm could increase his combat strength by at least 1 star. However, when he was at 6-star, the Wuzhen realm could not increase his combat strength by 1 star. Without using the Wuzhen realm, Chunzong's combat strength could surpass the peak of 6-star and reach the limit of 6-star. As he moved his 2 swords, he destroyed all of Yang Xianying's sword art. Sword pupil technique. With a low shout, Yang Xianying's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking cold light. It was as sharp as the edge of a sword. It turned into 2 streaks of silver light that could not be seen by the naked eye and shot out like 2 streaks of sword chi. It was too fast and too close. Chunzong could not react in time. The 2 streaks of silver light shot into Chunzong's eyes. He felt as if he had been pierced by a sword and was in excruciating pain. Immediately, he felt as if his spirit was about to be torn apart by the 2 streaks of sword chi. This was a secret technique that attacked the spirit. After using the sword pupil technique, Yang Xianying immediately used another secret technique, which increased his internal force in an instant. He attacked with his sword. This sword was like a green comet that broke through the sky and destroyed everything. Its power reached the limit of 6-star. Li Qingye frowned and gathered power in his hand. He was ready to save Chunzong at any time. Slash! The two swords seemed to have turned into thunderbolts. After tearing the sky apart, they turned into a lightning dragon. It shattered the green comet and rushed toward Yang Xianying with terrifying power. No! Yang Xianying was stunned. He was hit in the chest before he could react. The fierce power seemed to have destroyed his body and sent him flying backward. The sword light disappeared, and so did the dragon. Shenzong put his swords back into the sheaths. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Yang Xianying wanted to kill him, but at the last moment, Shenzong withdrew most of his power and only injured and killed Yang Xianying. This was all for Li Qingye. Li Qingye frowned slightly. He was quite disappointed with his disciple's performance. But after all, Yang Xianying was his disciple. After a quick check, he found that Yang Xianying only had minor internal injuries. He would recover after taking some elixirs and resting for a few days. There would be no sequelae. Chapter 366. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. I need everyone's monthly votes. Important things need to be emphasized repeatedly. Tianhong Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys. It was known as a mountain with 18 twists and turns. The terrain was dangerous, and the strange peaks rose one after another. It was the largest mountain range in Tianjiang Prefecture. One of the 4 inferior sects, the Zongjing Sword Sect, was located here. Other than the Zongjing Sword Sect, there were many other unranked sections. The mountain path was rugged and winding upwards. A white jade arch door stood on the ground. It was 10 meters tall and had a sharp aura that pointed to the sky within its majestic aura. The words Zongjing Sword Sect were written on it. It was written in silver and iron and looked mysterious. With Chun Zong's current attainments in swordsmanship, he could vaguely sense that there was something extraordinary about it. However, he was unable to comprehend anything because the person who had personally carved these 4 words had an extremely high attainment in swordsmanship. This was the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. The mountain gate represented the face of sect. If it was simple, it would damage the dignity of the sect. If it was too extravagant, it would appear exaggerated. If it was too well done, it might attract the hostility of other sects. The level of the sect corresponded to the level of the sect. This was a hidden principle that no one would overstep. The mountain gate made of white jade was not extravagant, but it was not simple either. It looked simple and elegant, and its shape was like a giant hollow sword. It was perfect for the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. On the left and right sides of the mountain gate stood 2 young men with straight backs. Their white sword robes made their bodies look even straighter. They were like unsheathed swords, releasing invisible sharpness. Their sharp eyes swept across the air and swept over Chunzong, then fell on Li Qingye's face. "Are you elderly?" one of them asked. "That's me." Li Qingye carried a long sword on his back, and a smile appeared on his plain face. "Greetings, elderly." The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly bowed. "You may rise." Li Qingye smiled. After that, he led Chunzong through the mountain gate and walked up the white jade stairs. The stairs meandered like a white python. Raising his head, he could vaguely see a white trail leading upwards, as if there was no end to it. "Senior, are the 2 people just now in the real martial realm?" Chunzong asked casually as he followed Li Qingye up the white jade stairs. "LV4 genuine martial realm," Li Qingye said. "They are all inner disciples of the unhindered sword sect. They all look very young," Chunzong said with a smile. "He should be in his late 20s, Li Qingye said with a smile. A true martial realm martial artist at the age of 27 or 28 wasn't rare in the Longta dynasty. They could only be considered as a group of people with decent talent. However, if they were compared to the other 3 dynasties, they could already be considered as geniuses. If they were in the Eastern continent, they would probably be crowned as geniuses. For example, the tyrant martial prodigy had broken through to the genuine martial realm when he was in his 20s. However, there was still a big gap between the first and fourth levels of the genuine martial realm. But now that he thought about it, he wasn't young anymore. He was gradually approaching the age of 24. Of course, it was also because he was pursuing a more solid and perfect foundation that he didn't break through to the genuine martial realm. Otherwise, he would have reached the genuine martial realm long ago. Thinking about it, the two LV4 genuine martial realm inner disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't have been very strong when they were in the training realm. They were probably at the 3-star or 4-star level. Before he came, Li Qingye had already explained the general situation of the Unhindered Sword sect. The entire Unhindered Sword sect was composed of elders, sect master, inner sect elders, outer sect elders, deacons, core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. Among them, the inner sect elders, sect master, and senior elders were all transcendent realm masters, while the outer sect elders were all pseudo-transcendent realm masters. If they broke through to the transcendent realm, they would become inner sect elders, enjoying higher status and better treatment. As for the deacons, they were all in the genuine martial realm. They were usually in the mid-stage or late stage of the genuine martial realm. Core disciples were in the late stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Inner sect disciples were in the early stage or mid-stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Outer sect disciples were in the training realm. Among them, the deacons had a higher status than the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. There was a slight difference between them and the core disciples. The core disciples had a higher status and were even comparable to some outer sect elders. The Sword Son of Sect was a very special existence. It referred to a special honor and a special treatment that one could enjoy. The more he finished, the more Qinzong looked forward to the Unhindered Sword sect. The white jade steps were long and winding, but Qinzong and Li Qingye were not slow. After a while, Qinzong followed Li Qingye and stepped onto a white jade square. The square was very wide, at least tens of thousands of square meters. In the center of the square stood an 8-legged ancient bronze cauldron. It was extremely thick and had sword patterns carved on it. If one looked closely, they would see that the countless sword patterns formed a crisscrossing formation. In the center of the cauldron was an ancient bronze sword that was several meters long and about the size of 2 palms. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. This is the ancient sword cauldron, Li Qingye said with a solemn expression, as if he was on a pilgrimage. It was personally created by the founder of the Unhindered Sword sect. It is one of the symbols of the Unhindered Sword sect. Looking at the ancient sword cauldron, Qinzong did not know why, but he felt that his mood was affected and became solemn. Rumor has it that the founder left a mid-rank Lingwu in the ancient sword cauldron, but no one has been able to comprehend it. Li Qingye said, Lingwu. Qinzong did not understand. Lingwu is a martial art cultivated by transcendence. Li Qingye explained and changed the topic. Come with me. I will take you to see the sect master. Recommending the sect's sword son was a big deal, so meeting the sect master was a must. They walked forward and passed through many doors before stopping in front of a magnificent hall. As an outer sect elder, it was not difficult for Li Qingye to meet the sect master. This hall was called the Unhindered Sword Hall, and it was the main hall of the Unhindered Sword sect. It was also the place where the sect master met with the elders and disciples and received important guests. The Unhindered Sword Hall was 100 meters high, and its pillars supported the sky. Each pillar was engraved with sword images, crisscrossing each other, giving off an extraordinary aura. Behind the sect master's seat was a thick wall of swords, seemingly indestructible. What surprised Qinzong was that the sect master of the Unhindered Sword sect was a burly man with a broad face and a square mouth. He was different from what he had imagined. Well, one could not judge a book by its cover. In addition to the sect master, there were 4 inner sect elders gathered in the Unhindered Sword Hall, each of them sitting in their own seats. Their gazes passed by Li Qingye and fell on Qinzong. Immediately, they were slightly surprised. Qinzong cultivated the immemorial body, so he could conceal his aura, making it difficult for others to detect. Even transcendents could not easily detect him. Under the gaze of these 5 people, Chunzong felt the pressure from their gazes. This was the pressure of a transcendent realm master, and it was not deliberate, but simply caused by their gazes. Chunzong's expression remained unchanged, and he remained calm, causing everyone to secretly praise him. For a mere force refining cultivator to be able to remain unfazed under the gazes of 5 transcendent realm masters was truly a rare sight. Elder Qingyi, are you sure you want to use your one-chance recommendation on this boy? The great elder asked, his voice echoing in the hall, echoing endlessly in the ears of the 2 men. Reporting to great elder, yes. Li Qingye responded respectfully. There were a total of 4 intersect elders. According to order, they were the great elder, second elder, third elder, and fourth elder. Among them, the great elder's cultivation was the highest and strongest. This boy looks good, and indeed has the qualifications to compete for the sect's sword son. But what is his background? Do you know? The second elder also spoke, his voice slightly sharp. The sect's sword son would receive the best resources from the sect. This was a major event and must be treated with caution. If the person being trained was a spy from another great force, not only would it bring losses to the sect, but it would also cause the sect to lose its dignity. And if the person being trained had a bad temperament or was ungrateful, it would also be a loss to the sect. Reporting to second elder, this boy's name is Chunzong. He comes from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, one of the 3 great dynasties on the other side of the sinking Feather River. Li Qingye immediately replied, "Oh, he comes from the other side of the sinking Feather River." Several elders nodded and immediately looked at the sect master, waiting for his final decision. The sect's sword son is related to the rise and fall of the sect. This is a major event and cannot be lost. The bearded sect master spoke, his voice like a great bell. His eyes swept over Chunzong and fell on Li Qingye's face. Let Chunzong live here for the time being and temporarily register him as an outer sect disciple. After this sect confirms that Chunzong's background is not suspicious, we will arrange for the sect's sword son assessment. Chunzong, what do you think? A transcendent realm master, and a sect master at that, actually asking for his opinion, Chunzong was a little surprised. I will follow sect master's arrangements. Chunzong said. As for the other party's request to investigate his background, Chunzong wasn't displeased in the slightest. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, if he were the leader of a sect, it would be impossible for him to nurture talents for his enemy. Of course, this was also because Chunzong did not deceive Li Qingye. Otherwise, he would definitely be anxious. In that case, Elder Qingyi, take Chunzong to the outer sect disciple area and stay there for the time being. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said. Yes, Sect Master. Li Qingye led Chunzong out of the horizontal sword hall. As soon as they walked out of the horizontal sword hall, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Chunzong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being stared at by 5 transcendent realm masters was impossible not to feel pressured. The sect's sword son assessment is of great importance, so investigating his background is necessary. I hope you won't hold any grudges. Li Qingye said to Chunzong. Senior, please rest assured I understand. Chunzong said. That will be great. Li Qingye smiled, becoming more and more satisfied with Chunzong. Speaking of which, he originally thought that his disciple was very good, but compared to Chunzong, he was overshadowed. Whether it was talent, combat strength, or temperament, there was a clear gap. Thinking of his disciple Yang Xianying, Li Qingye frowned again. After losing to Chunzong that day, Yang Xianying left the sword hall and disappeared without a trace. Li Qingye originally planned to bring him to the horizontal sword sect. Even if he could not become the sect's sword son, with his talent, he could be ranked among the top outer sect disciples and strive for better resources. Unfortunately, Yang Xianying returned to the Yang family after leaving the sword hall that day, and then left again. No one knew where he went. Third Elder, you're the fastest. Take the black boat across the river and go to the Cloud Dragon Dynasty to investigate Chunzong's background. Sect Master Luo Zhonghan said. Chapter 367. Sky Rainbow Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys, and the Unhindered Sword Sect was located on the largest and highest Sky Rainbow Peak. At the top of the peak were the cave residences of the Unhindered Sword Hall and the Inner Sect Elders. Further down were the cave residences of the Core Disciples. Further down were the cave residences of the Deacons and Inner Sect Disciples. At the bottom were the cave residences of the Outer Sect Disciples. As a low-ranked sect, the Unhindered Sword Sect had more than 3,000 Outer Sect Disciples and more than 600 Inner Sect Disciples, but very few Core Disciples. A simple stone room with only a stone bed and a stone table was Chunzong's temporary residence in the Outer Sect Disciple area. Chunzong, the sect's investigation will take about a month. During this time, you will live here and cultivate well. I will also stay in the sect for the time being. If you need anything, you can come to the Green Leaf Hall to find me. Li Qingyi said and left. Chunzong walked out of the simple stone room and looked ahead. As far as his eyes could see, there were mountains and lush trees. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air entered Chunzong's lungs through his nose. He felt a wave of coolness, and it seemed to contain something indescribable that was beneficial to his body. Chunzong was sure that living in such a place for a long time, even an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts would be able to strengthen their body and prolong their life. I'll go find out the background of the person brought by Elder Qingyi. A handsome young man's eyes flashed as he spoke to a shrewd-looking young man with small eyes. Okay, I'll go now, the small-eyed young man said, and immediately walked out of the stone room to inquire about Chunzong's identity. There were more than 3,000 Outer Sect disciples, and there was a competitive relationship between them. No one was willing to submit to another, and in order to compete for more resources and also to be able to cultivate better, these disciples would form groups of 3 to 5. Of course, some of them were relatively strong and had gathered a group of subordinates. Whenever a new disciple became an Outer Sect disciple, if they were ordinary, they would naturally not attract attention, but Chunzong, who was brought in by an Outer Sect elder, would often become the focus of attention. After all, Outer Sect elders were pseudo-transcendent realm masters and would not casually bring in new disciples. The arrival of Chunzong and his visit to the Zongjin Hall was not a secret, nor was the news deliberately blocked. Among the outer disciples, there were many people who had a good relationship with the elders. With careful inquiry, Chunzong's origin and purpose were dug out. He actually wants to become the sword son of the sect. After hearing the news, many Outer Sect disciples were stunned. Moreover, he's someone from a small dynasty, yet he wants to become the sword son of the sect. Does he really think he's above everyone just because he's a genius from a small dynasty? Too arrogant. For a moment, many Outer Sect disciples felt as if they were being looked down upon and were annoyed. In fact, Chunzong had not even said a word to them, yet he was already being treated with hostility. If Chunzong knew about it, he would probably be very helpless. Whether he's arrogant or not has nothing to do with us. But if he wants to become the sect sword son, he has to ask those 2 first. After the handsome young man finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. We'll meet this genius from a small dynasty and see what kind of person he is. Is it necessary? The small-eyed young man muttered, but he still followed the handsome young man's footsteps. What can I do for you 2? Chunzong looked at the 2 people in front of him and asked casually, Newcomer, you're too rude. This is Senior Brother Song Jingxiao, and you should call me Senior Brother Lin Changle. The small-eyed young man frowned and reprimanded him. Chunzong ignored him. He could see that the leader of these 2 was Song Jingxiao, not Lin Changle. That's enough, Lo. It's just a formality. There's no need to fuss over it. Song Jingxiao smiled, but his eyes were sizing up Chunzong. A sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. I'll call you Chunzong and Chunshidi. Song Jingxiao spoke again. Chunshidi, how much do you know about our outer sect? Senior Brother Song, what's your purpose here? Just say it. Chunzong said. He did not intend to play this kind of roundabout game with the other party. Song Jingxiao's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. In any case, he was considered a figure among the outer sect disciples. It was too presumptuous to speak to him like this. However, Song Jingxiao did not flare up on the spot. Our sect has more than 3,000 outer sect disciples. The most powerful 10 are called the top 10 outer sect disciples. Song Jingxiao smiled and said, I'm not talented, but I'm ranked 6th. Chunzong was a little surprised. Chunzong already had a preliminary understanding of the martial arts standard of the Longtu sect. To be able to become an outer sect disciple of a low-grade sect, one must have great talent. To be able to stand out among 3,000 outer sect disciples and become one of the top 10, it was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he was ranked 6th. I wonder if the other party's combat strength has reached the 7-star level? I don't think so. When I came here, I asked elderly Qingya. There was no 7-star disciple among the 3,000 outer sect disciples. After all, 7-star and 6-star were 2 different levels. Most geniuses could not reach that level. However, even if they did not have 7-star combat strength, they should have 6-star combat strength. After saying his ranking, Song Jingxiao stared into Chunzong's eyes. However, he did not find any surprise. He was even more surprised. He did not know if this person was very confident or just deliberately mystifying things. Every one of the top 10 outer sect disciples wants to be the sword son of the sect. Song Jingxiao got to the point. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. However, there are 2 people who want to be the sword son of the sect the most. They are ranked 2nd and 1st. Their combat strength is similar. Every time they fight, they will win and lose. Therefore, they will take turns to take the first place. Anyone who wants to be the sword son of the sect will be seen as a target by the 2 of them and will be eliminated. Song Jingxiao smiled and said, Got it. Chunzong replied calmly. Song Jingxiao felt like he was in a mess. He had wasted so much time talking, but the other party's reaction was too dull. It felt like he had punched out and thought that he would be able to hit the center of the target, but his punch had missed. That feeling of emptiness was not a good feeling. Lin Changle's expression was not good. With a clang, the sword light flashed through the air, leaving many residual shadows. It was cold and threatening. It was aimed at Chunzong. It seemed that he wanted to teach Chunzong a lesson. You want to fight with me? Chunzong stared at Lin Changle and said calmly, Lu, put away your sword. For some reason, Song Jingxiao had a feeling that Lin Changle was not a match for the other party. Therefore, he scolded him. Lin Changle glanced at Chunzong angrily and put his sword back into the sheath. However, his eyes were still cold. Chun Shidi, I believe those 2 people will come to you soon. Song Jingxiao turned and left. He had no choice. His words did not seem to have any effect. 1st and 2nd, Chunzong whispered and shook his head slightly. He was not interested in fighting with people who were not at the 7-star level. Even if they were at the early or middle stage of the 7-star level, they would not be a match for him. Chunzong did not take it to heart. He was immersed in the comprehension of the completion of strength refining. He had reached the earth abyss. However, it was more difficult to reach the heaven top, because the heaven top was more fragile than the earth abyss. If he was not careful, his head would explode. He also found that the way to reach the heaven top was not very effective. Therefore, Chunzong had to be more careful in his cultivation. Both of his feet stepped on the ground. The connected earth abyss seemed to be continuously absorbing traces of weak and pure energy from the ground and condensing them into his inner strength. This caused his inner strength to change little by little and become increasingly pure. There was no need for Chunzong to control this. It was equivalent to training at every moment, and the effect was very good. Newcomer, you have to pay 10 spirit shells every month to keep you safe. In front of Chunzong were 3 outer disciples. One of them said in a stiff tone, With your strength, how can you keep me safe? Chunzong raised his eyelids and asked, You're doubting our strength. Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful we are. As soon as he finished speaking, sword light flashed, like lightning streaking across the sky, instantly arriving to kill. The sword was very fast in the eyes of the other two. However, in Chunzong's eyes, it was very slow. The trajectory was clear. Chunzong could even tell where the sword was going to stab. Such sword skills might be able to dominate the strength refining stage in the Eastern Land. However, in Chunzong's eyes, it was full of flaws. Chunzong did not even draw his sword. He just pointed his finger casually. The sword light was peerless and broke the sky. With a clink, the long sword trembled violently. Waves of power surged through the trembling sword and passed to the opponent's arm. The opponent's chi, blood, and internal force collapsed at the same time. His hand went numb and lost feeling. He could not hold the sword anymore. When the power hit his body, his chi, blood, and internal force were shaken. He stepped back and sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. You can't even take one of my fingers. With such strength, how can you keep me safe? Chunzong acted as if he had never made a move. His face was calm, but his words were as sharp as a sword. The three people's faces changed, and they were terrified. The person who attacked just now was at the beginning of the 4-star level. However, he could not even take one of Chunzong's fingers. The gap between them was too big. This person's combat strength was at least at the 5-star level or even higher. Of course, they did not have the face to stay after being defeated by Chunzong's finger. The two people helped the person on the ground up and picked up the long sword on the ground. They left without looking back. Things might not be peaceful from now on. Chunzong withdrew his gaze from the three people who left in a hurry and said to himself, the three people's arrival was definitely not unintentional. Someone had arranged it deliberately. It could be said that they were testing him. He was testing his attitude and strength. Now, the probing had probably failed. Perhaps there would be people with even higher battle prowess coming to test him a second time. In Chunzong's eyes, this kind of test was somewhat ridiculous and childish. Chapter 368. Remember to take good care of your teeth. The dominator of 6 realms, who was still dizzy after his teeth were pulled out, had learned a painful lesson. Junior brothers and sisters, you must take good care of your teeth. There were 3 floors in the stone house. From the outside, it looked very delicate. The interior was even more luxurious and magnificent. A young man in a brocade robe sat on a golden chair inlaid with gems, looking down at them. Defeated you with only 1 finger. He sounded like he was asking a question, but his tone was playful. However, it made the 3 people below nervous. They couldn't help but be nervous because the person in front of them was ranked second among more than 3,000 outer disciples. Sometimes he was ranked first. Not only did he have extraordinary talent and amazing combat strength, but he also had an extraordinary background. Yes, the person who was defeated by Chunzong lowered his head and said yes. You have some strength. I guess you can reach the 6-star level. The man in the brocade robe smiled weirdly. Okay, you can leave now. Remember, don't say anything you shouldn't say. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 people nodded and bowed. Although they were all outer disciples, there was a difference in status. All of this was brought about by strength. I should let Zheng Jiwu try again. The man in the brocade robe said to himself. Zheng Jiwu was one of his trusted subordinates. Her combat strength was at the early 6-star level. Under Chunzong's precise control, a trace of force slowly flowed to the top of the sky. It was very peaceful and didn't seem to be aggressive at all. That trace of force came into contact with the sky, but it couldn't enter the sky. It was blocked by a soft and tough force. Chunzong gradually exerted his strength, releasing the power that he had been restraining bit by bit. He wanted to pierce through the layer of toughness of the heaven dome. Traces of pain spread out from the top of his head, and the resistance of the heaven dome became stronger. After a while, Chunzong's head was covered with sweat and his face was pale. He looked like he was about to collapse. It was too difficult and dangerous to try to break through the sky. It was like jumping on a steel wire. There was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire below. How can I break through the sky? Chunzong murmured to himself. It was obviously more difficult to break through the sky than the abyss. He really didn't know how those ancient warriors who had truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm did it. Or perhaps, most of them had not truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm and were only half a step into the great perfection of the Qi training realm. I wonder if there are any records about how to break through the Qi refining realm in the records of the Zongjin sect? Chen Zong thought, I'm Zhang Jiwu. Zhang Jiwu, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, pulled out her broad-bladed sword. Her words were like a signal, and the broad-bladed sword slashed through the air. The blade cut through the air at high speed, forming a white stream of air. Like a crescent moon, it streaked across the sky and attacked Chunzong, leaving a straight mark on the ground that extended towards Chunzong. Chunzong wasn't surprised at all. The second test came again, but it doesn't look like he's that strong. With a change of thought, Chunzong's right hand disappeared. One could vaguely hear a melodious sword sound. A sword light was extremely fast, shattering the white sword chi and forcefully squeezing the air, forming a palm-sized moonlight. Zhang Jiawu's expression changed. The sword was too fast and too fierce. He couldn't dodge it. He could only hold his sword in front of his chest. The moonlight palm slammed into the body of the sword, causing it to bend inwards, aiming for Zhang Jiawu's chest. A terrifying force exploded forth, and Zhang Jiawu's entire body was flung backwards. After landing on the ground, Zhang Jiawu continued to retreat. Her chest was in extreme pain, as if her ribs had been shattered. Too weak. Ask the person behind you to come here personally. An indifferent voice seemed to come from the distant sky. It floated into Zhang Jiawu's ears. Zhang Jiawu struggled to stand. He held his sword with one hand and covered his chest with the other. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a shocking red stain on the ground. His opponent's sword was still in the scabbard, as if it had never been unsheathed. Zhang Jiawu's expression kept changing. He knew clearly that his opponent was much stronger than him. There was no way to compare. He had the combat strength of an early 6-star warrior. What level was his combat strength? Intermediate 6-star? Impossible. Even if he had the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. Could it be a peak 6-star warrior? Or a peak 6-star warrior? No matter what, Zhang Jiawu knew that he wasn't someone he could deal with. He could only bring the message back. Zhang Jiawu left. Soon, the news spread to the outer disciple area. After all, it wasn't a secret that Zhang Jiawu was looking for Qinzong. Someone had been paying attention to it. He defeated Zhang Jiawu with one sword. He must have the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior. No, I saw it with my own eyes. That sword was very fast. He probably didn't use his full strength. His combat strength might be at the peak 6-star level. Peak 6-star combat strength. That's enough to be in the top 30. There were more than 3,000 outer disciples in the reigning sword sect. Each of the top 30 had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. They were much stronger than the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Ding Xian, who was ranked first on the Jiao Dragon list in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, only had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. He wouldn't even be in the top 10 in the reigning sword sect. Zhang Jiawu is that person's confidant. This is going to be interesting. If that person takes action personally, Chunzong will be in trouble. Yeah, he won't show any mercy once he takes action. In a huge stone house, a young man with long hair was holding a huge roasted beast leg in his right hand and a jar of wine in his left hand. He smiled when he heard the news. Senior brother Yin, Xiao Jinping will probably take action himself. Beside him, a young man who was as strong as a bear said as he chewed on a piece of roasted meat. No, Zhang Jiawu isn't Xiao Jinping's strongest subordinate. Xiao Jinping, who cares about face, won't take action himself so easily. The next one to take action should be Wu Zhongqi. Yin Hua smiled. He seemed to understand Xiao Jinping very well. Yin Hua was the current number 1 outer disciple. He took turns to compete with Xiao Jinping for the number 1 position. He knew Xiao Jinping's character very well. Just as Yin Hua said, Xiao Jinping was angry, but he didn't want to take action himself because he had a stronger follower. That was Wu Zhongqi, who had the combat strength of a late 6-star warrior. He was very extraordinary to be ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 outer disciples. You defeated Zheng Jiewu with one strike. That means you are very powerful. Wu Zhongqi squinted his eyes. He shook his thin sword, which brought out a dazzling sword light. Immediately, countless rays of light gathered in a spiral from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they all gathered in the thin sword, making the sword light extremely dazzling. The people who were watching from afar didn't even see how Wu Zhongqi took out his sword. The hair-like sword light had already pierced through the sky and shot toward Qinzong. This sword was terrifyingly fast and extremely sharp. He used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill, right from the start. It's difficult for someone of the same level to deal with this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzong didn't move. He just unsheathed his sword and cut through the sky. Qinzong could still see the trace of such a fast sword. He caught it in an instant. The mountain-splitting sword was brought down with a torrential force. As the sword flashes pulsed, the aurora was shattered, and the attack was countered. It didn't seem fast, but it was already in front of Wu Zhongqi. Wu Zhongqi knew what Zheng Jiewu felt. He couldn't dodge and could only raise his thin sword to take it. The moment the two swords collided, an ear-piercing sound reverberated in all directions. The air was torn apart, and the ground was shattered. The powerful and domineering force was shockingly sharp. It was as if it was going to tear Wu Zhongqi's body apart. Wu Zhongqi's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating under the terrifying force. His thin sword shook and almost flew out of his hand. He couldn't help but spit out blood and stain the ground red. One sword, another sword. Wu Zhongqi was defeated just like Zheng Jiewu. Wu Zhongqi was defeated too. Unbelievable. Wu Zhongqi's combat strength is at the late 6-star level. He even used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill. How could he be defeated by one sword? The limit of 6-star. He's definitely at the limit of 6-star. His combat strength can be ranked in the top 10. The people who were watching were all shocked. A combat strength that could be ranked in the top 10 was enough to cause a commotion. He has such combat strength. Song Jingxiao was surprised when he heard about it. Lin Changle's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack Qinzong that day. Fortunately, he was stopped. Otherwise, he would have lost face. It's going to be fun. Song Jingxiao was surprised. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Looks like he's not a frog at the bottom of the well. He's quite capable. No wonder he dares to compete for the sword son of the sect. Let's go. Let's go and see the new junior brother who is qualified to compete for the sword son of the sect. Yanhua washed his hands. With a long sword and a mahogany sheath at his waist, he strode out of the stone house, followed by a few people. Senior brother, Yin is here. Is senior brother Yin going to fight? This is going to be fun. Junior brothers, you guessed wrong. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to watch the fun. Yanhua laughed. Watch the fun? What fun? Are you here to watch senior brother Xiao Jinping fight? I guess so. Zheng Jiewu and Wu Zhongqi were defeated one after another and lost face. This is unacceptable for senior brother Xiao Jinping. He will definitely fight and defeat Qinzong himself. More and more people came to Qinzong's stone house. Qinzong sensed the auras coming from all directions and walked out of the stone house. In an instant, the gazes of many people were as sharp as swords, landing on him. However, Qinzong's expression didn't change at all. Compared with the gazes of transcendence, such gazes were too weak and couldn't affect him in the slightest. Senior brother, Xiao Jinping, is here. Where is he? He's here. There's going to be a good show. Not long after, a young man in a brocade robe and a feathered crown strode over. His face was as cold as iron, and his eyes seemed to be filled with a cold light. No one dared to look into his eyes for fear of being pierced. Cold, arrogant, extraordinary, aloof. This was Qinzong's first impression of Xiao Jinping when he saw him. At the same time, Qinzong saw Xiao Jinping. Xiao Jinping's sharp eyes also looked over. When their gazes met, a threatening cold light shot out. It was as if formless sword chi was tearing through the sky, aiming for Chunzong. Chapter 369. Their invisible eyes collided in the air from more than 10 meters away. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of sword chi and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This new junior fellow apprentice is a bit interesting. Yanhua touched his chin and murmured to himself. You didn't bow when you saw your senior fellow apprentice. You really don't know etiquette from a small place. Xiao Jinping opened his mouth. His words were as sharp as a sword. Those who understood immediately knew that the battle had begun. You are not as good as I am. Chunzong's counterattack was so sharp that it left everyone dumbfounded. Even Yanhua was dumbfounded. This kind of answer was really too sharp and too shocking. It was like a sword pointed directly at Xiao Jinping's throat. Xiao Jinping's expression changed slightly. The coldness in his eyes became more intense and terrifying. You think you can be arrogant just because you're a hero in a small place. You have a bad temperament. You won't be able to achieve great things. Xiao Jinping made another counterattack. It was as if he wanted to cut Chunzong in half with his sword. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. Don't talk nonsense about temperament. You are just in the training force realm. What are you talking about? Chunzong's counterattack was as sharp and shocking as ever. It was as if he had knocked away Xiao Jinping's sword and put it on Xiao Jinping's neck. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. Xiao Jinping's face became colder and colder. He was so angry that he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xiao Jinping can't stand it anymore, Yanhua said softly. As Yanhua said, Xiao Jinping's expression was extremely cold, but there was anger in his eyes. He became one with his sword. The gorgeous long sword was unsheathed and rushed toward Chunzong. The golden sword light flashed across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Chunzong. As the sword light flickered, it was sharp to the extreme. It was as if it could penetrate through everything and nothing could stop it. The power of the sword, which was full of anger, was pushed to the extreme. So fast, so powerful. Yanhua's eyelids twitched. The power of this sword seemed to be a bit unexpected. Even though everyone was shocked, Chunzong's expression remained calm. He was only at the peak of 6-star. At most, he was close to 7-star. That was all. Both swords were unsheathed, and the cross-shaped sword beams split heaven and earth into 4. While shattering the golden sword beam, it also counterattacked. It was as if it wanted to split Xiao Jinping into 4 pieces. The sharpness of the attack was terrifying. Chunzong, who didn't use the Enlightenment realm, was at the peak of the 6-star level, infinitely close to the 7-star level. He was not inferior to Xiao Jinping at all. Dual swords. Yanhua and the others were surprised again when they saw Chunzong use dual swords. Originally, when he saw Chunzong carrying 3 swords, he thought that it was because the swords were different and used to perform different sword skills. He didn't expect that he could control 2 swords at the same time. This was indeed a very good skill. Xiao Jinping was also surprised, but his sword became even fiercer. In the blink of an eye, both sides had attacked dozens of times. The sword chi that cut through the air left cracks on the ground. The spectators couldn't help but retreat further, afraid that they would be affected. The power of the sword chi was not weak. It could easily cause damage to a 5-star combat power. 2 middle-aged men stood in the distance. They had sharp eyes and could clearly see both sides of the battle. They even saw the moves clearly. Elder Qingye, the new disciple you brought is really good. He can fight with Xiao Jinping to this extent. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised. Xiao Jinping may not be his match. Li Qingye smiled. He was very confident in Chunzong's ability. Li Qingye recommended Chunzong to be the sword son of the sect, but he didn't mention Chunzong's combat power. He only mentioned that he was at the 6-star level. Oh, Xiao Jinping's combat power is at the top of the peak of the 6-star level. I don't believe you. The middle-aged man in a black robe refuted. If you don't believe me, Why don't we make a bet? Li Qingye smiled. He was very confident in Chenzong anyway. I've known you for more than 10 years. I know that you never do things that you're not confident in. I won't take this bet. The middle-aged man in a black robe smiled. The middle-aged man in a black robe was also an outer elder. He had a good relationship with Li Qingye. The sword chi surged, the sword light flashed, and the sword shadows circled around. Suddenly, Xiao Jinping's sword technique changed. He was like a golden pung soaring into the sky in a gust of wind, shining with golden light. Every single strike was as swift as a golden pung, traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and it contained an extremely terrifying sharpness. Golden rock swordsmanship. This was Xiao Jinping's family martial art. It was a powerful, peerless, earth-level sword art. To put it bluntly, Xiao Jinping joined the Xinjiang sword sect with his skills. His goal was to become the sword son of the sect. Golden Rock was known to be able to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. It referred to its amazing speed. It was unimaginable to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. To break through the sky, one must have sharpness. Therefore, Golden Rock swordsmanship was a sword art that focused on speed and sharpness. It was very powerful. It was also one of the reasons why Xiao Jinping could compete with Yan Hua for the #1 outer disciple. As soon as Golden Rock swordsmanship was used, Chenzong immediately felt that the speed of his opponent's sword increased a lot. He could vaguely hear a sharp sound that tore his eardrums and shook his spiritual will. Fortunately, Chenzong's spiritual will was very strong and tough. He was not affected by the sharp sound at all. His eyes were sharp. Golden light spread out like a golden fog. The sword light seemed to have turned into golden rocks that streaked across the sky. They attacked Chenzong fiercely from all directions with their sharp claws and beaks. Yan Hua's expression was dignified. He had fought with Xiao Jinping many times and was well aware of how powerful Xiao Jinping's Golden Rock Shatters the Heaven sword art was. Even now, he was unable to completely break through it. He didn't know how this new disciple would deal with it. If he was not careful, he would be defeated by Xiao Jinping. With Xiao Jinping's temperament, if this new junior brother was defeated, he would be seriously injured. Soon, Yan Hua found that his worries were unnecessary. He saw that the new junior brother was not embarrassed at all under the attack of Golden Rock swordsmanship. He did not seem to be struggling at all. With 2 swords in hand, his sword art was ever-changing. He kept defusing the attacks of Golden Rock swordsmanship with ease. It was indeed so. Even if Chenzong did not use the Enlightenment realm and borrowed the power of heaven and earth, his battle strength was very high. Moreover, his body sword realm was higher than Xiao Jinping's. His attainments in sword art were much better than Xiao Jinping's. This was an advantage. Chenzong constantly changed his sword art to defuse Golden Rock swordsmanship. He also took this opportunity to understand the mystery of this sword art. That's right. Chenzong's goal had changed from defeating Xiao Jinping to comprehending the profundities of the Golden Rock heaven-breaking sword art. This was because this was indeed a very powerful sword art. It was even more profound than the 9-shine flashing dragon sword art that he cultivated. What a good sword technique! How could he not appreciate its profundities? Xiao Jinping did not know Chenzong's thoughts. Seeing that he could not defeat his opponent with Golden Rock swordsmanship and was being defused by his opponent with various sword arts, Xiao Jinping could not help but be angry. His strength surged, and every move and sword became more and more powerful. The sharp cry became louder and louder. It pierced through gold and cracked stone. Many people showed a painful expression. They could not help but cover their ears and retreat further. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, a bird cry that reached its limit sounded as if it wanted to rip apart the clouds. As countless rays of golden sword light soared into the sky, the silhouette of a golden pung that was a few meters large emerged from the surging golden sword light. Golden Rock swordsmanship. Yan Hua's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that the phantom of the Golden Rock was clearer than last time. which meant that it was more powerful. Golden Rock swordsmanship was the essence of Golden Rock swordsmanship. Yanhua had been defeated by this sword many times. It was very difficult to resist. This sword immediately brought a strong threat to Chunzong. The phantom of the Golden Rock swept through the sky like lightning. Navagraha, Flash Dragon, Dragon Swordsmanship. With a low shout, Chunzong struck out with both swords. Between the surging strength, the sword lights intertwined and turned into a white dragon, controlling the 9 heavens. It was majestic and domineering. This sword seemed to be even more powerful. The dragon and the Golden Rock collided in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two sides launched hundreds of attacks. Then, the phantom of the Golden Rock exploded. The remaining dragon claw of the white dragon tore through the sky with white smoke. It seemed to come from another world, grabbing at Xiao Jinping. Unable to dodge, Xiao Jinping opened his eyes wide and roared. He forcibly mobilized his strength and rushed out. The golden sword light burst out, cutting through the void like the sharp beak of the Golden Rock, trying to peck through the void. The dragon claw was shattered and the sword light dissipated. Xiao Jinping's blood and qi were shaken, and he kept retreating. The golden long sword in his hand was trembling. In front of him, a domineering cross-shaped sword light broke through the air. Chunzong was especially good at grasping opportunities. His two swords attacked like a storm. Xiao Jinping was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. His face was cold and pale. He could only clench his teeth and continue to resist. If he kept defending, he would lose, not to mention under Chunzong's two swords. The tyrannical power broke out, and the sword light like a crescent moon flashed. Xiao Jinping's whole body flew out. He landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground, surrounded by cracks. The recoil made Xiao Jinping's blood and qi surge up. He couldn't help but groan and almost vomit blood. But Xiao Jinping, who cared about his reputation, forcibly swallowed the blood back into his stomach. This way of doing things would only worsen his injury. His internal organs were in severe pain as if they were cut by knives. The arm holding the sword trembled slightly. He was unable to fight anymore. But Xiao Jinping still glared fiercely, as if he wanted to defeat Chunzong with his eyes. "I told you, you're not as good as me," Chunzong said, neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was firm as he reiterated the fact. Xiao Jinping finally couldn't bear it anymore. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face seemed to be even paler. His eyes flashed fiercely at Chunzong. Xiao Jinping put his sword back into the sheath and turned to leave without looking back. His footsteps seemed to be a little staggered and tragic. Defeated. Moreover, it was not the kind of back-and-forth victory and defeat between him and Yanhua. It was a complete defeat. Everyone could see who was superior and who was inferior. Chapter 370. The main supporting role, senior brother Yuxia, comes on stage. Throw flowers, cheer. As soon as he arrived, the situation outside suddenly changed. Yanhua and Xiao Jinping had been competing for the number 1 outer disciple for several years. Today, this situation was finally broken. Chunzong was the number 1 outer disciple. He deserved it because Xiao Jinping was defeated in front of everyone, and Yanhua also admitted that he was not as good as Chunzong. Inside the stone house, Yanhua sat opposite Chunzong, holding a wine jar in one hand and a barbecue in the other. He was eating happily, not caring about his image at all. Speaking of Yanhua and Xiao Jinping, they were simply two extremes. Yanhua was the kind of person who did not care about his image. He could greet anyone and was not arrogant at all. Xiao Jinping, on the other hand, was proud. In the past, in addition to competing for the number 1 outer disciple, these two people also despised each other's character. Chunzong, after Xiao Jinping returned to the 3-story stone house with internal injuries, he quickly took out an elixir to treat his internal injuries and took it. As the elixir's power was dissolved, a cool aura flowed, making the pain in his internal organs slowly reduce But the pain in Xiao Jinping's heart did not lessen at all. Defeated, under everyone's gaze, he had already used the essence of golden rock, breaking the sky sword art. Not only was it broken, but he was also defeated in the end. He lost all his face. For Xiao Jinping, who was very proud and prideful, it was like a slap on his face. He could not accept it, temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart. Xiao Jinping used his cultivation method to dissolve the elixir's power faster and heal his internal injuries. In fact, his internal injuries were not serious at first, but because he wanted to save his face, he swallowed back that mouthful of blood, which made his injuries worse. Shenzong's words were like a sword stabbing at him, which made Xiao Jinping angry and made his injuries worse. In the end, they became serious internal injuries. With such internal injuries, even if there were suitable medicinal pills, it would probably take a few days to fully recover. Chen Shidi, your battle strength is half a step into the 7-star battle strength, right? Yanhua asked while eating the barbecue. Something like that, Shenzong said with a smile. If you can become the sword son of the sect and receive special training, your combat strength will definitely reach the 7-star level. You might even reach the middle stage of the 7-star level. Yanhua smiled. This was also the reason why he and Xiao Jinping wanted to become the sword son of the sect. 7-star combat power. In the lands of the 3 great dynasties, it was not so easy to attain a 7-star battle prowess. However, in the Longtu region, although it was difficult to attain a 7-star battle prowess, it was still achievable, and that was the pseudo-true martial realm. As long as he condensed his inner chi again, it would undergo a qualitative change and become a fake true chi that was similar to true chi. Then his power would increase exponentially. At that time, his combat power would reach the peak of 6-star or even the peak of 7-star. Chun Shidi, if your combat strength can reach the 7-star level, you may also become one of the 5 heavenly sons in the future, Yanhua said again. One of the 5 heavenly sons. Shenzong did not understand. However, the title of heavenly son was not something that any genius could bear. Senior brother Yin, you forgot that Chun Shidi just came from somewhere else. I'm afraid that he doesn't know enough about the geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture yet, Song Jingxiao said with a smile. After defeating Xiao Jinping, Yanhua admitted that he was not as good as Shenzong. It meant that he had established his status as the #1 outer sect disciple. No one could compete with him for the position of sword son of the sect. It was necessary to be on good terms with him. In Tianjiang Prefecture, there are 4 inferior sects. They are the Tinshui sect, the Jinyang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Ao Mei Villa. Song Jingxiao said with assurance. Among the 4 inferior sects, the Tinshui sect is the most powerful. The other 3 are on par with each other. Shenzong could understand. It was just like how there were stronger and weaker martial artists at the peak of the 9th transformation of the training state. It was the same in the sect. There are 5 people who have reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30 in the entire Tianjiang Prefecture. They all belong to the 4 sects, Song Jingxiao said with amazement. Shenzong was also surprised. Under the age of 30, LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Any one of them was nothing, but the combination of the 2 was amazing. Ordinary martial artists reached the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. The better ones could reach the middle stage of the genuine martial realm, and the better ones could reach the late stage of the genuine martial realm. For example, LV7. It was very difficult to reach LV8. As for LV9, it was extremely difficult. Not only did one have to have amazing talent, but one also had to have a suitable inheritance and a huge amount of resources. The 5 prodigies are young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua, Biliwili Shinran, Zingi Yangzi Gu Jiang, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye, and proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing. Song Jingxiao said with great familiarity. Among them, young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua and Biliwili Shinran are the core disciples of the Tianshui sect. They're the first and second core disciples, respectively. Zheng Yangzi Gu Jiyang is the first core disciple of the Jinyang sect. Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye is the first core disciple of our Zongjing sword sect. He is also the first senior brother of all the disciples and the son of the sect leader. Finally, Proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing is the first core disciple of the Ao Mei Manor. Chunzong's memory was amazing. He immediately remembered the names of the 5 prodigies. In comparison, the difference between the Eastern continent's 3 prodigies and these 5 was huge. After all, the martial arts inheritances in the Eastern continent were limited. The so-called 3 prodigies were already very good if they could reach the 4-star level when they were in the Qi refining realm. However, the 5 prodigies here were at least 7-star when they were in the Qi refining realm. The difference between 4-star and 7-star was like heaven and earth. After breaking through to the true martial realm, there would be an obvious gap in the development of one's potential, cultivation, and strength. Only then would one be qualified to be called a prodigy. The 5 prodigies represent the highest level of the younger generation in the Tianjiang prefecture. There are more of them in the first line, about a dozen of them. All of them have reached LV8 of the true martial realm. There are even more of them in the second line, about 20 of them. All of them are at least LV7 of the true martial realm. Song Jingxiao reported a string of names, which amazed Chunzong. Since there were first and second lines, there was naturally a third line. Those who could reach LV9 of the true martial realm before the age of 30 were only the 5 prodigies. Those who could reach LV8 of the true martial realm belonged to the first line. The second line consisted of more than 20 people at LV7 of the true martial realm. As for the third line, all of them were at least LV4 of the true martial realm. They were even more powerful than many martial artists of the same level. Apart from the 5 prodigies and the first, second, and third line geniuses, there are the 10 rising stars. Song Jingxiao gave a new title, the 10 Rising Stars. Senior Brother Song, please tell us. Chunzong drank a cup of wine and asked with interest. Challenging geniuses was one of life's joys. The 10 rising stars are all under the age of 24. They are also recognized as the most powerful geniuses who broke through to the true martial realm within this year. Song Jingxiao continued. Chunzong also memorized the names of the 10 rising stars and the sect they belonged to. Among them, the Tianshui sect had 3, the Xinjiang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Ao Mei Villa each had 2, and the last one was very unique. He did not belong to any force, but was a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator who could be listed as one of the 10 rising stars was extraordinary. Of course, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he compete with the geniuses cultivated by the sect? The geniuses mentioned by Song Jingxiao were basically at the true martial realm. As for the strength refining realm, he did not mention them. It was easy to understand. In this world of martial arts, the strength refining realm was just the foundation. No matter how outstanding one was, the foundation was still the foundation. No matter how strong one's combat strength was, it could not be compared to the true martial realm. For example, in the world of martial arts, there was a popular saying, if you don't enter the true martial realm, everything is nothing. The true martial realm was the realm where a martial artist truly entered the palace of martial arts. It was the real beginning of martial arts. 10 days ago, Yang Shiqi, one of the 10 rising stars, had just broken through to LV2 of the true martial realm. He defeated Fierce Wind Swordsman, an expert of the older generation, with 3 strikes, said Yanhua. The true martial realm was not like the Qi and blood realm or the strength refining realm. It was more difficult to fight across realms. To be able to defeat an LV4 true martial realm expert with LV2 cultivation, Yang Shiqi's talent was amazing. Of course, Yang Shiqi was a rising star genius of the Tianshui sect. The cultivation he received was not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. Although Fierce Wind Swordsman's cultivation was higher, he was a rogue cultivator. Of course, his various inheritances were not as good as Yang Shiqi's. However, Fierce Wind Swordsman, who was almost 40 years old, had been at LV4 true martial realm for many years. In this realm, he had honed his skills to the extreme and could exert a strong power. Then, Song Jingxiao and Yanhua talked about the other Rising Stars achievements in this year, which amazed Qinzong. Qinzong also took the initiative to ask about the achievements of the 5 heavenly legends. Compared to the 10 Rising Stars, the battle records of the 5 Sky Prides were much more outstanding. However, the battle records of the 5 Sky Prides were from a year ago. In this year, they seemed to have gone into hibernation and did not make any moves. After talking with Yanhua and Song Jingxiao for half a day, Qinzong had drunk a lot of wine and eaten a lot of barbecued meat. He had a deeper understanding of the Tianjiang Prefecture and the Zongjing Sword Sect. At present, there were not many core disciples in the Zongjing Sword Sect. There were only 12 of them. Among them, the chief disciple, Lin Yuye, was one of the 5 heavenly legends. The other 11 core disciples were in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier respectively. Heavenly legend, genius, rising star. Qinzong's eyes flickered. The true martial realm is the real starting point of martial arts. No matter how outstanding one is in the strength refining realm, they will never be noticed. It doesn't matter. I still have time. Qinzong thought to himself and gradually calmed his agitated heart. When I break through the zenith and reach the completion of the strength refining realm, I can start to break through to the true martial realm. The more difficult it was to break through the zenith, the greater the improvement after breaking through the zenith. The effort was often proportional to the gain. Qinzong also understood that in the competition between geniuses, what they fought for was not a moment, but a lifetime. It would be a big joke if they delayed a lifetime's work for a moment. Chapter 371. Early in the morning, the 6 paths will erupt. Begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes. Fellow brothers and sisters who want to give rewards, please come. The 6 paths will accept all rewards. Time flew by. The sinking Feather River was as calm as ever, with only the gentle water flowing from the west to the east. A 2-meter-long boat made of black wood, shaped like a sword, was crossing the river at an astonishing speed. A thin old man in a black robe stood on the boat with his hands clasped behind his back. Because the boat was moving so fast, it caused the air to flow backward and formed a strong wind, causing his robe to flutter. This small boat seemed to be constantly pushed by an invisible hand, and also seemed to be dragged by an invisible fish. Its speed was extremely fast, and even lightning was not enough to describe it. In reality, this old man was using his own strength to push it, which was why it could be so fast. Compared to the black wooden boat of the great feather trading company that Qinzong had ridden that day, its speed was at least 2 to 3 times faster. A mere energy refining cultivator can be conferred as a grand scholar of a dynasty. He is indeed extraordinary. This thin old man in a black robe was the 3rd elder of the Unhindered Sword Sect. He was ordered by Sect Master Lin Zhonghan to cross the river and go to the Cloud Dragon Dynasty to investigate Qinzong's background. As an inner-sect elder of a low-rank sect and a transcendent powerhouse, he naturally had his own methods. In just a few days, he had investigated Qinzong's basic information clearly. He was a disciple of the Marquis of Lin Shan, a grand scholar of the dynasty, the champion of the first genius competition in the 3 Fierce City, and so on. There was nothing suspicious about his background. According to the investigation, his temperament seemed to be good, and he was a genius worth cultivating. After the investigation, the 3rd elder naturally would not stay in the 3 dynasties. He left as soon as possible to cross the river and return to the Unhindered Sword Sect. Arriving at the dock of River Feather City, the 3rd elder waved his hand and immediately put the 2-meter-long black wooden boat into a small gray bag. The people around were stunned and thought they were seeing things. But when they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they found that the old man in a black robe had disappeared, as if it was an illusion. In the entire unhindered sword sect, the third elder was the fastest besides the reclusive grand elders. Even sect master Lin Zhonghan could not compare with him in this regard. Like an aurora, he flew towards the heavenly rainbow peak where the unhindered sword sect was located. Once they arrived, they passed through the mountain gate and flew toward the Zhangzhang Sword Hall. In that case, this Chunzong has a clean background and a good temperament. He's worth nurturing. Lin Zhonghan nodded after listening to Third Elder's report. If that's the case, then let's have Chunzong participate in the sect's Sword Son assessment. Whether or not he can become the sect's Sword Son will depend on his own ability, the First Elder said. After the final decision was made, the news quickly spread. Chunzong, congratulations. The investigation is complete. You are qualified for the sect's Sword Son assessment. Li Qingye was overjoyed. He hoped that Chunzong could pass the assessment and become the sect's Sword Son. In this way, not only would it prove that his judgment was extraordinary, he would also be rewarded by the sect. Most importantly, Chunzong would receive the resources of the sect and be specially trained by the sect. His future was limitless. It would not be difficult for him to surpass Li Qingye in the future. When the time came, he would also be able to help Li Qingye if he needed help. In the end, this was equivalent to an early investment. Of course, if Chunzong was an ungrateful person, Li Qingye would at most be rewarded by the sect. However, Li Qingye observed that Chunzong was not that kind of person. In the unhindered sword hall, sect master Lin Zhonghan and 4 elders were all present. There were also 8 other people. Among the 8 people, 4 were outer sect elders, including Li Qingye. The other 4 were people who were going to participate in the sect's Sword Son assessment. Yin Hua, Xiao Jinping, Chunzong, and the last person who had just arrived last night had an arrogant expression. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and there was a hint of arrogance in them. He was extraordinary, and it was as if he did not take Chunzong and the others seriously. For elders, I'll confirm it again. Are you sure you want to use the only chance you have to recommend the 4 of them to participate in the Sword Son test? Lin Zhonghan's voice was loud and clear as it reverberated through the sword hall. I'm sure, Li Qingye replied in an incomparably firm tone. I'm also sure, the second outer sect elder said. He recommended Yin Hua because he and Yin Hua were master and disciple. I'm sure, the third outer sect elder also said. He recommended Xiao Jinping because he and Xiao Jinping came from the same family and recognized Xiao Jinping's talent and potential. I'm very sure, the 4th elder said. The 4th elder also said. He had spent a lot of effort to find this young man by promising him all kinds of benefits. In my opinion, there's no need for this so-called assessment. Just hand over the identity of the sect's Sword Son. The arrogant young man brought by the 4th outer sect elder said, without any trace of politeness. In terms of arrogance, even Xiao Jinping could not compare to him. Elder Wu, you have yet to introduce this young man. The great elder's gaze swept past the young man's face and landed on the 4th outer sect elder. Reporting to sect master, for elders, this young man is called Long Zhangzhi. Elder Wu quickly said. There was a hint of pride in his words. Long Zhangzhi. Chunzong realized that no matter if it was the sect master, the 4 inner sect elders, or the others, there was a flash of astonishment on their faces. It was as if this name contained a special magic power. Looking at Long Zhangzhi, his face was filled with arrogance, as if this was a very amazing name. At this moment, Chunzong was even more puzzled. Chunzong, who had just arrived at the Longta dynasty, did not know that Long Zhangzhi's name was not the reason why everyone was surprised. It was because of his surname. The royal family of the Longta dynasty had the surname Long ever since the Longta dynasty unified the entire region and changed its name to the Longta region. They issued an edict that those with the surname Long who did not have the royal family's bloodline in their body must change their surname or leave the Longta region, or swear eternal loyalty to the royal family. Therefore, those with the surname Long were considered members of the royal family, even if they did not have the royal family's bloodline. In addition, since the edict was issued hundreds of years ago, The people with the surname Long married, and their bloodline gradually mixed. Almost everyone with the surname Long had the royal family's bloodline. Generally speaking, those with the surname Long belonged to the royal family and would not join other sects. This was because the royal family of the Longtu dynasty was a powerful sect, and it was a high-grade sect. It was many times stronger than the unhindered sword sect. The assessment of the sword sun was passed down by our ancestors. It's the tradition of the unhindered sword sect. How can we change it just like that? Sect Master Lin Zhonghan was surprised, but he still spoke up. He was not humble just because of the surname Long. What a joke. Even if he was facing a prince of the royal family, as long as the other party's cultivation had not reached the transcendent realm, he did not need to be humble. He only needed to treat him with respect. Moreover, this person was definitely not a prince. He was not even a direct descendant of the royal family. Young Master Long, this is indeed the rule of the unhindered sword sect. Elder Wu explained, trying to curry favor with Long Tianyu. The sect master and the 4 inner sect elders frowned. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If the rules are not changed, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Long Zhangji sneered as he spoke with confidence. Or do you think that my 7-star combat strength is not enough to make you change? 7-star combat strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Long Tianyu had not been trained by the sect Sword Sun, and he already had 7-star combat strength. If he was trained, he would definitely become even stronger. For a moment, it seemed to be able to move people, but in the blink of an eye, this feeling was shattered and expelled. The sect's rules had to be changed, but some rules could not be changed. Once they were changed, they would lose their purpose. The assessment will begin in the afternoon. Everyone should go back and prepare. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said directly, not giving Long Zhangji any more explanation. There was no need. He was just a trivial force refining cultivator. What qualifications did he have for a transcendent realm master to personally explain to him, let alone a sect master? The force refining realm was still the force refining realm. Potential was still potential. If one had not reached the transcendent realm, it meant that one might not be able to reach the transcendent realm. Even if one could become a transcendent realm master in the future, it would not be done in a short time. Moreover, which transcendent realm master did not have a firm will? Which transcendent realm master did not have a proud and unyielding character? Long Zhangji's expression changed, secretly feeling annoyed, but he did not say anything. Originally, he planned to wave his sleeves and leave, but in the end, he forced himself to hold back because this sword son of the unhindered sword sect was indeed useful to him. Although his surname was Long, he only had a trace of the imperial family's bloodline. It was still morning, and there were still a few hours before the afternoon assessment began. These few hours were perfect for those who would be participating in the assessment to prepare. In fact, there was nothing special to prepare. It was nothing more than adjusting one's state of mind and spirit to their peak, so they could participate in the assessment in a better state, nothing more. You 3 withdraw from the assessment yourselves. Not long after leaving the unhindered sword hall, Long Zhangji caught up with Chun Zong's group and blocked their way, speaking in a stiff tone. It's better if you withdraw yourself. Xiao Jinpeng and Yin Hua did not know how to answer, but Chun Zong spoke first. Compared to the others, Chun Zong had fewer scruples. First, Chun Zong did not know the identity of the other party, and second, even if he knew, Chun Zong would not be afraid. 7-star battle strength, so what? Good. Very good. I will remember you. Long Zhangji frowned at first, then laughed out of extreme anger. After I become the sword son, get out of the unhindered sword sect. It was as if he had already passed the assessment and become the sect's sword son, holding great power. After saying those threatening words, Long Zhangji turned and left. Chun Zong did not care about the other party's threat, but Xiao Jinpeng and Yin Hua's expressions changed. Only then did Chun Zong realize that there was actually such a reason behind it. No matter if it was Xiao Jinping or Yin Hua, both of them were clearly apprehensive of the strength of the royal clan. After all, the royal clan was the strongest power in the Longtu region. Even 10 unhindered sword sects wouldn't be a match for the royal clan. Compared to the two of them who were deeply worried, Chunzong did not care too much. However, he also knew that he had to obtain the sect Sword Sun. Otherwise, he would probably be suppressed in various ways, which would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation. Chapter 372. Updated for the sake of ranking. A new day and a new month. Begging everyone for monthly votes. Go, go, go. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, spilling heat everywhere. Shinzong's group of 4 once again gathered in the horizontal sword hall. Then, under the leadership of Sect Master Lin Zhonghan, they walked through the hall and into the sect's interior. The Sword Sun assessment is divided into 2 parts. The first to pass within the allotted time will become the sect's Sword Sun. The rest will be eliminated, Lin Zhonghan said, his plain tone containing unquestionable power. Even if only a trace of the power of a transcendent realm master leaked out, it was still very strong. Even someone as arrogant as Long Zhangji did not dare to refute. Otherwise, he would be directly expelled and lose the qualification to compete for the sect Sword Sun. Walking forward, passing through door after door, it was as if they were walking into an endless place. A few minutes later, Lin Zhonghan stopped and pointed to the 4 closed doors in front of them. Everyone choose a door to enter. You will know the assessment method after you enter. Go, use all your abilities. Shinzong's group of 4 took a deep breath. Then, Long Zhangji's figure flashed, like a stream of light, rushing forward in an overbearing manner, taking the lead to choose a door to enter. Chunzong pushed open the door and suddenly felt a fresh air fill the air. After stepping through the door automatically closed, and the originally dark inner room suddenly lit up with a light as bright as day, illuminating the surroundings. After Chunzong's eyes swept over, he stared in front of him in a daze. It was a very strange-looking wall. This kind of wall gave Chunzong a feeling of déjà vu. The mechanism wall. That day in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty's royal city, the first stage was to crack the mechanism wall. Cracking the mechanism wall was a relatively comprehensive ability, requiring memory, deduction, comprehension, insight, and so on. It just so happened that these were all necessary skills for a cultivator. Compared to the mechanism wall in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment, the mechanism wall in front of him was several times more complex and precise. It was certain that if an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 9th Revolution realm saw such a mechanism wall, they would be confused and would even feel dizzy after looking at it a few times. Speaking of which, the wall of mechanisms was a very popular test. However, different wall of mechanisms often had different structures. Solving one wall of mechanisms did not mean that one could solve the other wall of mechanisms. There was a timer hanging on the wall on the left. The needle was moving slowly, and when it finished one round, it meant that the time was up. Chunzong first closed his eyes and took a deep breath to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then he opened his eyes. His clear eyes reflected the entire mechanism wall. Chunzong's pupils constricted to the size of needles as he scanned the wall bit by bit. First, he memorized the overall outline of the mechanism wall, as if it was branded in his mind. From big to small, from outside to inside, every detail was memorized by Chunzong. Since Chunzong obtained the mysterious sword tip, his potential had been continuously developed. With the improvement of his cultivation and the breakthrough of his realm, his potential had also been developed to a greater extent. It was not difficult for him to have a photographic memory. Even so, this complicated wall of mechanisms still took Chunzong nearly a quarter of an hour to memorize it completely. The needle on the timer had made nearly a quarter of a round. After memorizing it completely, Chunzong looked for the operating rules. Only by grasping the rules could he proceed to the next step of deduction. Only then could he hope to solve it. Which school of mechanisms is this? Long Zhangji frowned and looked carefully. Then, A cold smile appeared on his face. It doesn't matter which school it is. The basic principles of the wall of mechanisms are similar, and I have already mastered the basics of the wall of mechanisms. This was where his advantage lay. There was a big difference between learning the basics of the wall of mechanisms and not. Two people had similar abilities in all aspects. However, if one of them had learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms and the other had not, it would be easier for the former to solve the wall of mechanisms. After all, if one had some basic knowledge, he would be able to see and deduce better. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping had more or less learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. It could be said that among the four of them, only Chunzong had not learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. Zhonghan, do you think these four people have a chance to become the sword son of the sect? An old man in a green robe with white hair and beard, but his face was as red as a baby's. His voice was like a torrential river. Elder Yuan, I can't see it. Lin Zhonghan, the sect leader, answered respectfully. There is only one person in the entire Zhonghan sect who could make Lin Zhonghan treat him with such respect and address him as Elder Yuan. He was the Elder Yuan of the sect. This Elder Yuan was also the previous sect leader. After stepping down, he became the Elder Yuan. In terms of status, he was above the sect leader. Of course, in terms of power, the sect leader had the most power. Since Yu Xie and Zhuo Shanmei, no one has passed the sect Sword Sun examination for many years. I hope there will be one this time. The Elder Yuan sighed softly. Yu Xie was referring to Lin Yuye, who had passed the examination to become the sect's Sword Sun. Now, he was one of the 5 heavenly sons of Tianjiang Prefecture. Zhuo Shanmei had become the sect's Sword Sun a few years later than Lin Yuye. Now, she was ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses in Tianjiang Prefecture. She had a chance to become the first-tier group. The examination for the sect's Sword Sun was very difficult. Under normal circumstances, external elders only had one chance to be recommended in their lifetime. If they made great contributions to the sect or used their own contributions to the sect, they would have a second or even third chance to be recommended. To put it simply, the first chance was free. The subsequent chances had to be paid. As for internal elders, they were not restricted by this. Of course, internal elders would not simply recommend because of this. There was an examination for the sect's Sword Sun almost every year. However, since Zhuo Shanmei, no one had passed the examination to become the new sect's Sword Sun. No one knew if the 4 people who had passed the examination this time would all be defeated like the previous years, or if someone would pass the examination and become the new Sword Sun after Lin Yuye and Zhuo Shanmei. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping are both disciples of the sect. We know them well. The probability of them passing the examination is not high. Lin Zhonghan analyzed. Chunzong comes from a small dynasty. His background and inheritance are not as good as Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, but his combat ability is above them. This shows that he is indeed extraordinary. If he had become a disciple of the sect a few years earlier and received better training, the probability of him passing the examination would be higher. As for Long Changji, he has some background. He has a lot of family knowledge since he was young. If one of the 4 can pass the examination, Long Changji's chances will be higher. Lin Zhonghan concluded. Although Lin Zhonghan was not willing to let someone who was related to the imperial family become the sect's Sword Sun, it did not violate the rules passed down by the sect. Moreover, if Long Changji passed the examination, it would be unreasonable to not let him become the sect's Sword Sun. It would cause the imperial family to intervene, which would not be good. As for his arrogant personality, it was nothing. In the world of geniuses, there were all kinds of personalities. There was nothing strange. After all, temperament and personality were 2 different things. Lin Zhonghan hoped that Yan Hua or Xiao Jinping could pass the examination. After all, they had been in the Zhonghan sword sect for a long time. The senior elder did not speak again. The mountain wind was still blowing. Start at the middle arcana level, go to the lower arcana level, go beyond that. Long Changji used his ability and the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall to make a deduction. He muttered, "No, I made a mistake. Let's start again." Qinzong did not know anything about middle arcana level, lower arcana level, and higher arcana level because he had never studied it before. However, he had his own deduction method. Everything in the world had its own rules. As long as one observed carefully and was sharp enough, one could find the rules bit by bit and master it. However, those who were experienced and knowledgeable would find it easier to make deductions. This was because the rules of everything in the world did not exist independently. Instead, they depended on each other. They were inextricably linked and could verify each other. Gradually, the needle on the timer turned slowly. It had already gone through half a circle. Qinzong had also found the rules of the mechanism wall and continued to deduce. Yin Hua and Xiao Jinpeng stared at the mechanism wall and tried their best to use the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall they had learned to deduce. However, as they continued to deduce, they found that it was as if they had reached a dead end. They gradually deviated. Fortunately, they came to their senses in time and quickly got out of the state of being at a dead end. After taking a deep breath and adjusting themselves, they began to deduce from the beginning. After taking a detour, it was much smoother to deduce from the beginning. In terms of the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, neither Yin Hua nor Xiao Jinpeng could compare with Long Zhangji. It could be said that Long Zhangji had truly mastered the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, while Yin Hua and Xiao Jinpeng were just beginners. As for Qinzong, he was a complete layman. Upper arcana level. It's here. Break. With a low shout, Long Zhangji's eyes shone brightly. He took a step forward and casually threw out a palm. His strength was concentrated on his palm, and he directly hit a part of the mechanism wall. Kacha's sounds rang out. Immediately after, the entire wall of mechanisms stopped moving. After a moment of silence, the Kacha sounds continued, sounding like beans being fried. The wall of mechanisms opened up from the middle, allowing one person to pass through. At the moment when Long Zhangji successfully cracked the mechanism wall, Qinzong also deduced the operation pattern and found a way to crack it. Using his finger as a substitute for a sword, the wall of mechanisms stopped operating amidst the Kacha's sounds, following which a series of Kacha's sounds rang out. Every single mechanism on the wall of mechanisms started to move. The connections between them were severed one after another, and a gap that could allow a person to pass through opened up. Looking at the timer on the left side of the wall, there was less than half a circle left. There was not much time left. Qinzong stepped forward and walked into the gap in the mechanism wall. This was the first test. If they went forward, it would be the second test. As Long Zhangji and Qinzong cracked the mechanism wall, Yin Hua and Xiao Jinpeng were still working hard. Seeing that the needle on the timer was about to complete one circle, Yin Hua and Xiao Jinpeng's eyes suddenly lit up. They both made their moves. The cracking sound was heard continuously. The mechanism wall was successfully cracked. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.